Hello, and welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. Oh my god, we're back. So happy. I missed your faces.
Missed yours too.
We missed you. All of you.
That's debatable. Nobody misses this face because I am the DM. But anyway, no, it's. I'm so glad you're all here. Yeah, we are missing one person. Hopefully, Matt will be here. We're not sure if he will. We're gonna go under the assumption that he might not make it. But if he does, we'll be ready. Just bear with me as I'll wind up playing with cameras when he does show up. But otherwise, I'm so happy to see all of you. We were gone for quite a while. Thank you all for being so understanding with the craziness of my schedule and such. But I can't wait. This is gonna be so good. I can't wait. I have been looking forward to this session. You all have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this session because we're gonna be doing some Fight Club shit. And oh my god, this is gonna be so good. This is gonna be so
Cue
good.
fight bell. Ding ding ding.
Wait. I think I got something for that. Hold on. There we go. I don't know if you all heard that.
I didn't hear it.
Ah, damn it. Okay. I do. All right. So people who are listening probably heard it. But unfortunately, I don't know why you didn't hear it. But yeah, there was a fight bell.
Yay.
So anyway, that was anticlimactic. All right. All right. So welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. I am Mr. DM. My amazing players are here as well. I'm so happy to see them. Gonna do the announcements really quick. So first announcement is you may or may not have noticed if you are following the channel, but Fridays will no longer be Friday Night Magic streaming. Just my schedule, while my schedule has not been as crazy as it's been in the last 3 weeks, moving forward, it looks like Fridays is going to be very tight for me to either play or even just stream. So Friday nights, there will, at least for now, there will no longer be any streaming of Magic the Gathering. But that does not affect any of my D&D streams. So Wednesdays and Thursdays are still good. It's just Fridays we have to worry about. But Fridays was always kind of like an open kind of day for me to stream. Unfortunately, not so much. But hopefully that'll change. If that does change, I will add it to the schedule and I will let everybody know. Secondly, for those who do not remember or you're new to the channel, because again, it has been a while since we've been here, You can give inspirations to both players and the DM. Myself, I already see that some folks like to live dangerously and have already started giving me inspirations, which can only bode well. Can only bode well for this session. But there are a number of player inspirations that are going off, as one just did right now. So you will be able to use them up to 3 times per player, per person. And you can choose either an individual player or group, and the group will then decide how they want to use their inspirations. So please use them, and whatever is not used by the end of the stream will be refunded to you. So, it's win-win for everybody. I don't know how much win-win it is for my players when you're giving me inspirations, but we will see. And we also, last thing, we will also, again, we will be continuing Wednesdays and Thursdays. I may be streaming every now and then on a Monday. Not Magic the Gathering, but probably some other stuff. I'm still playing around with the format a little bit. I did try this once on YouTube. I call it the Monday Show, and where I just kind of play random, RPGs or games that I enjoy playing. And that's just going to be a random thing. So I'm still kind of playing with the format. Bringing it over from YouTube to Twitch. But still trying to play with it. So we'll see what happens. But I don't know. It's just I've been streaming 3 days a week for like the longest time, for about a year now. So it feels odd to just only stream for 2 days. And Mondays was like a very non-committal day for me. Like, I might be busy, I might not be busy. If I wind up playing a game that I like, I'll just throw the stream on. It's not like a planned thing, but that's just kind of putting it out there, because again, this year, we're doing new things. So just thought I'd throw it out there, let folks know in case they were interested. If you think I should be streaming on another day other than Monday or Friday, let me know. Obviously, Wednesdays and Thursdays are no go. So there only lives Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. So let me know. That's not a problem. If you're not following us on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or Patreon or any of the other things that we're doing, get there and let me know. I'm always interested in hearing from all of you, and I can't wait to actually interact and talk with anybody who wants to talk with me. Apparently, there's been like a couple of folks who've been like, thought that I was kind of unapproachable, like on social media, like they don't like kind of like ask me questions and stuff. I was like, so I want to make it I want to make it very clear. I am old, and I'm very terrible at social media, but that does not mean that I don't want to interact with you. It doesn't mean that I don't want to talk to you. It doesn't mean I won't answer your questions. I want to do that stuff. I enjoy doing that stuff. It's just that, I know what I should be doing on social media. I just don't have the ability sometimes because of work and various other things. One of those things being I'm just old. So,
basically the DM is the picture from The Simpsons of old man yells at cloud.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Give him another chance.
Yeah,
he's earned it.
Absolutely. So feel free, please feel free to mess, and even in Discord, like, if you want to just ask some questions in Discord. I am terrible in Discord, but I will eventually see your stuff. I definitely will see things quicker on Twitter and Facebook than I will most other things, but please feel free. I am happy to talk with anybody about Dungeons and Dragons, RPGs, anything. So, within reason, folks, within reason. So feel free, please. I want to be approachable. If I'm coming across that way, that's not my intent. All right. So with that is all that I have for announcements. So we shall prepare for our current session of Tyranny of Dragons. All right, and we are back. All right, so this will be very interesting. We did just find out that Matt will not be with us for the session. So unless any of you would like to play Vincent. All right, Gene. Yep, Gene's gonna play Vincent. All right, here we go.
Well, should we let him? I feel like we should let him fight his own fight, though. I don't think we should do it for him because I don't know. Well, whatever. Whatever you want to do.
I mean, I'll let John play him. I just know that I'll be mean.
Oh my god.
How about this,
we
John?
alternate rounds.
We do it every other turn, and we don't coordinate what we're gonna do.
All right.
Wow.
We can play him by committee. This will be.
So you guys.
I think our characters are
essentially
going to lose our money, but
you guys are essentially Jaegering Vincent, right? This is what's happening.
Yeah, and we're gonna be in perfect harmony. Stream, it will be good.
What's it called? Drift? What's it?
Yeah.
Drift?
Yeah, we are drift compatible. We're good.
That's it.
Oh, that's so funny.
Get to the aid with Shinji.
All right. So, so before we continue, are you both able to see his character sheet? Okay. I just want to make sure in case you don't, I can.
I'm not sure where I should be looking for.
Go to D&D Beyond,
Right.
My Campaigns, click Tyranny of Dragons, and you can just view his sheet. I don't know if we're going to be able to edit anything on it, but we can always just tell Chris what we use.
Yeah. Just let me know what you use, and we can kind of go from there. All right. So with that, that is going to be an interesting part of tonight's session. All right. So last time we were together, all of you are in the city of Elturel, the capital specifically of Elturel, where you are currently under the protection and sanctuary of one Anthar from a paladin of Torm, an all-around great guy. You have had discussions with him. You've essentially let him know that you are waiting for Leosin Erlenthar, who has not yet arrived. And it has only been a day that you have been here in Elturel. I know it feels so much longer than a day, but you've only been here for about a day. And in the interim of waiting for Leosin, you have begun kind of ingratiating yourself to not only Anthar, but the people that he is in charge of. You have been part of the morning training practices. You have introduced yourself to a number of individuals, but a few of you have signed up for Vasily's midnight/midday fights. And it's hard to tell anyway what the difference is between midnight and midday, considering that there is a secondary sun that just consistently hangs over Elturel without any signs of going away, and it's been that way for a number of years. You've noticed that there was a lot of excitement around these fights. You heard that it was something that doesn't happen very often, but when it does, oh damn, it's all good. So 3 of you decided to become part of that. You paid your entry fees, and you did a little shopping. You met a few interesting people at the blacksmith, the 2 twin half-orc brothers, who Vincent ingratiated himself with, who decided that because of the interesting interaction between Vincent and them, that there was going to be a fuck you tax added to certain things. Thankfully, that was after Amala had already put down a down payment on a suit of armor. But you also went to Kale's Curiosities, where you also picked up a number of just interesting items, a creepy ass doll, a shield that seemingly is made out of some kind of piece of a gem dragon, which Amala is very insistent that is a fairy tale. It's not real. However, Basha did identify it, and identification came back as, yeah, this is part of a gem dragon. Which again, Amala is just because Amala had such a shitty role in trying to figure out if that was true. No, this is fairy tales. Not happening. But after your shopping, you were escorted downstairs from the actual tavern, Vasily's tavern, which you realize was very, very deep underneath the actual tavern. And as you came downstairs, you found this very, very well furnished, almost bigger than the actual tavern, looking almost like a full functioning like restaurant / tavern location with a huge sand pit, directly in the middle. You met Vasily's partner, Emilio, a very gnome with some purplish hair and a very, very stylish purple handlebar mustache, who not only directed you all to what you had to do as far as the fight was concerned, but did also take bets, which a number of you also put down on your companions. And so with that is the fight. That is where we're going to start. So currently, you are downstairs, and there's a huge crowd of people that have come in. You recognize a number of them as being some of the individuals that you actually partook in the morning trainings with, including Finnem and Bonza, who are both the GIF and gnome partners. You also see the two half-orc twin brothers, who, as they kind of see you entering and actually seem to notice that some of you are partaking in this fight, seem to be getting ready to get right next to the pit, to the benches that are kind of circulated next to the pit, to actually see what happens during the fights. You also see Kale, the Tabaxi owner of Kale's Curiosities, who is also by one of the benches and just seems to be just kind of waiting there for something to happen. Vasily is behind the bar slinging drinks, not actually taking any payment for drinks, but just kind of taking orders and slinging the drinks. Anthar is sitting at the bar as well, just kind of preparing and getting ready. And Emilio is on this kind of platform that you can walk up to, and then there are stairs leading from the platform into the pit itself. You can't actually see it on the map, unfortunately, but there is a set of stairs leading down into the pit. The pit being about 10 feet lower than the actual floor. The actual walls of this pit are just stone, just massive pieces. You're not sure if it was carved or if the stone was actually brought in to do this. And you can, as you look up, you realize how far down you might actually be underneath the original tavern, as the ceilings look to be about anywhere between 50 to 60 feet tall. So as folks are kind of milling about and getting their drinks, grabbing tables and talking, there is a slight echo of everybody speaking, just because all of the sound is reverberating off of these stone walls. And you can see people are very, very excited. There is also a group of individuals, 3 individuals, 2 of them similarly robed, and 1 older individual that are just kind of sitting there. They don't seem to be kind of talking with anybody, but they're just laughing and kind of seem to be talking amongst themselves, and nothing's happening, but they already seem to be having a good time. And as that happens, Vasily comes from behind the bar, goes up to Emilio on the platform, kind of whispers into Emilio's ear, and you see Emilio just kind of like nod slightly. He's like, all right. And then you watch and you recall that these very, very interesting kind of like gold buttons that he's wearing on his vest. You remember that he just kind of taps the top one, and immediately his voice begins echoing louder amongst the crowd. So clearly to be able to be heard. And also, you gather to have a little bit of flair for these fights. And so you hear him clear his throat. If I could have everyone's attention, please. Vasily has made it quite clear to me that I should probably go over some of the house rules that most of you already know. But we have some newcomers here and some folks who might not have seen any or partaken in any of these fights before. So he just asked me to kind of go through everything and make sure everyone is aware of what they can and can't. So, mostly for the fighters. Obviously, for our patrons, there's not to be any interference during any of these fights. If we find any funny stuff happening for whatever reason, there's a good chance that you get a fighter disqualified and yourself thrown out. So let's not do that, shall we? The next thing, for our fighters. Fighters, you can bring whatever you can use and whatever you bring with yourself into the ring, what you can use. All right, so this is a no-holds-bar match. So let's all try to be good sports people, shall we? But again, whatever you bring into the ring with you is what you can use. Next, and this is probably what Vasily really wants me to touch on, destruction of property of anything outside of the ring will instantly get a fighter disqualified, and of course, they will be liable for the damages as well. If any of our fighters cause any harm to any of our patrons in the middle of the fight, you will automatically be disqualified, and your entry fee will automatically go to whoever was hurt as recompense. Other than that, that's really it. I mean, as most of you know, these fights are not illegal per se, but they're definitely there's a reason why we're doing this a bit underground. But thanks to our good friend Anthar Froome, and Amelia just kind of like motions. He has advocated for the need for us to kind of blow off some steam, have a little entertainment at the same time. And so therefore, again, these fights are frowned upon, but they are not illegal. So thank you, Master Froome.
Listen, I never frowned on a good, clean scrap, And I raise my glass high.
Oh yeah, everybody just kind of raises their glasses too, and they're just like, yeah, and start drinking.
When you were talking about property damage, you could see Basha like mentally like calculating the space in the ring and like doing one of these for a second there. Anyway.
So with that, I guess let's get our first fight going, shall we? And immediately, like, everybody starts like, ooh, yeah, like, just start getting ready. Folks begin to kind of congregate around the actual pit. Not everybody is able to get to the benches, but you see folks kind of like make their way over to the benches, trying to get themselves situated. You all can kind of put yourselves wherever you like at this time. You can also see that there are a number of folks who are just kind of giving like a side eye to your Velociraptor mount there, Gorple. They're just kind of like they're not like they're not as reticent as they were when you initially brought Teague down here, but they're still like looking you over a little bit.
So I see them occupied. I kind of whisper over to Teague and I go, "Hey, just when the first fighter moves toward the ring, our first fighter, just be a little showy. I'm gonna slip away and do something."
Okay. All right. So you see Teague just kind of like very slightly nods. Doesn't even make a noise. Just. And you watch as Emilio actually kind of points to you, Basha, and he kind of motions you over to come up to the platform.
So I'm going to use this like moment to slip off Teague, and I would like to cast Bless on Basha as she passes by me.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So you cast Bless on Basha. All right.
And who's the first fight, Basha and?
You'll find.
Okay,
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, you know already. So yeah,
Well,
as swollen. Yeah.
Sure. So as Basha gets to the stage, I just start a stomp, clap, clap, and Anthar has this big drinking horn with like an iron goat at the bottom that he's like pounding against the bar. He like you can really tell that like while they're like these fights aren't great, Anthar like loves the fights.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He is trying to get the crowd rallied and he is having a ball.
Oh yeah, the crowd is already like as Basha is kind of making her way up there, they're like, woo! Yeah, and they're just kind of clapping. You can hear everybody kind of talking. And you, as Althar, as you're just kind of like banging, people are starting to kind of pick that up. The ones that are actually sitting at their tables, and you're like, yeah.
During the fight, Imala's going to try to start like a Basha chant.
Yeah.
For everyone to join in on.
Amala, make a. I'm going to leave it up to you. Make a persuasion or intimidation check.
I'd like to give the help action as Anthar is like immediately supportive of the chant.
So you have advantage.
Don't forget your D4.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see. So that would be. That is a 26.
26
for persuasion.
Yeah, immediately as you're like Basha. Almost the entire side that you are on, Amala, just starts picking it up. Basha, and they're like looking around trying to see who Basha is, and then they finally see her walking up to the platform, and immediately Basha.
Yeah. The minute I get up to the top step, I am gonna activate my Cloak of Billowing and like prestidigitate like flower petals to like fly in the air around me as I get to the top step and just like stand there very proudly. Like.
Oh yeah, and as you're doing this, you watch Emilio's eyes kind of widen a little, and he smiles. You watch the handlebar mustache just kind of like spread out as he has this huge grin on his face, and he's just kind of like nodding. Like he really loves what he's seeing.
Perfect.
And he goes, "All right, hailing from Neverwinter, we have the bewitching Basha."
More flower petals.
Yeah,
Trademark.
Basha. Right? And so immediately. As the crowd begins to kind of like calm down and settle after the announcement, Emilio continues. And now, a master, the burning sunclad, who has guarded for years the secrets of Candlekeep. Upon retiring, he's come to Elturel and begun teaching, as well as entertaining you wonderful people. Without further ado, I'll watch the Swollen!
Oh god.
And the first thing you hear is a door just kind of like, and you realize it's coming from the lower right-hand part of the place. And as the door opens, you see this almost 7-foot tall human man. He's got the sides of his head are shorn clean. He has almost like a mohawk, like a very low mohawk. He's bare-chested, completely oiled, and he's wearing like a red sash, brown pants, and boots that go up to the mid-thigh. And he just kind of comes walking around, and as he turns, you can see he has almost like a top knot also on the back of his head. And as he begins to get closer to the platform, you realize that there's somebody walking behind him. And as you kind of get a closer look, walking behind him is this very, very small, tiny, elderly man. Fully robed, the same kind of colors as the colors that this large man is kind of wearing. Completely bald, you know, he's got a little hair, like white hair on the sides, and you can see just like wrinkles and the crow's feet from even where you're standing. And they're just kind of like both walking up to the counter, to the platform. And as he does, the old man begins to very, very slowly and very gingerly begins to undo his sash, and like very like like begins taking off his robe, and he hands it to the large man, and the large man just kind of bows to him and takes the robe. And you look at probably this old man has 0 fat on his body. Imagine Bruce Lee in his prime, and then age him to about 80 years old. This is what this very wiry, very thin, all muscle, lean muscle. And he is now he's now shirtless. He completely bare-chested as well, wearing again the same thing as the larger gentleman. Red sash, the brown pants, and he just very slowly just kind of like begins shuffling up the stairs to the platform.
I have a very important question.
Yes.
Is the old man also completely oiled?
No, he's not.
Completely oiled. It's so funny.
He's not. And as he does, he kind of walks up and he kind of goes up to you, and he bows to Emilio, and then he just bows to you, Basha.
I give a little, bow back.
And he very, very gingerly reaches for your hand. Do you allow him to take your hand?
I kind of glance at Emilio, like if this is normal, and if he doesn't look like shocked, I'm gonna take. I'll allow him to take my hand.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't look shocked. So he very gingerly takes your hand, and he just kind of puts his other hand on top of yours. He goes, "Such a pleasure to meet you, my dear. I'm so happy that we could meet under such circumstances. I wish you very well in the coming fight."
Put him in a body bag!
I like kind of turn like shocked. Corbin, I'm like, thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, the camaraderie. You love to see it. You just love to see it, folks.
Yeah, everybody's like, a couple of people are giving you a side eye, Gorple, as you yell at. I'm like I don't
want to put this old man in a body bag. In my head, I don't say it out loud, but yeah, no.
So he just so after he does that, he lets go of your hand, and again, it was like very ginger, like he was very soft, but you could feel like the calluses on both of his hands as he did that, very rough. But he releases your hand and just kind of once more bows to you.
Yeah, Basha's surrounded by old wizards, so I don't think that she's like, oh, he's frail. Like in her head, she's like, I'm gonna die. Like, I think like she's just like, she's like, no, this is no. Like,
So as this happens, by the way, Gorple, as you cast Bless on Basha, Emilio watched you do it and didn't say anything.
Yeah, because he specifically said as long as it happens outside of the ring.
Yep.
So I'm just making sure.
Okay. So as this kind of like back and forth happens a little bit, do you say anything to this man?
I think I'll just be like, like, I don't even know what to say to him. Like, yes, I look forward to this fight, and I kind of like glance over at Oil Boy over there, and I'm like, if fight goes well, introduce me to your friend.
So he kind of turns and he chuckles a little bit, and he looks at you. He goes, "Oh, this is my great grandson. This is this is
okay.
No, this is Bako. I've been trying to find him a wife. So this is actually very fortuitous. So
Okay.
it will be a pleasure afterwards to introduce you.
We will talk. If I can talk, if you can talk, we will talk."
I'm legally allowed to marry you. Just let me know.
And you watch as the man is just kind of like, master. He goes, quiet you.
Basha's definitely like going kind of red. Like, this is not how I expected night to go. Okay.
So Emilio just kind of looks at both of you and kind of leans in slightly, and there's no echo to his voice at this moment, but he just kind of leans in and he goes, so you both know the rules. Introductions have been made. So all there is to it is for you to both enter the ring and we'll get this fight started.
Okay.
All right. So you make your way down the steps into the ring. So you can, Basha, but you can please put yourself where you would like to inside of the ring.
I'm gonna go over here, so I'm like between my friends.
Okay.
Have my friends at my back.
All right. So Alwit actually watches you go down, watches where you place yourself, and then begins to very slowly shuffle down the steps. And you're watching him shuffle, and it's like the shuffle of any elderly person that you have ever met. But it's so odd, like, to see that, and then what he actually looks like. Like, why is he moving so slowly?
Can I make an insight check?
Yeah,
I was going to ask that too.
Yeah,
I remember the old Tim Conway bit of the old shuffling guy moves. Like, the whole bit is how slowly he just moves around all the time. It's like,
you get a D4.
I instantly thought of The Prestige. If anybody's seen that movie, with the fishbowl thing, I was like, it's Prestige.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Basha and Gorple, please make me an insight check. But yeah, it is a lot like the Tim Conway kind of shuffle.
15 for Basha.
15 and Gorple?
I got a 14.
14? All right. Between the two of you, you both kind of notice the same thing. He doesn't seem to be shuffling out of like pain or just, he doesn't seem to be like trying to like put on a show or like faking. Like, whatever he's doing seems deliberate. Like, that's pretty much all you can read, but it doesn't seem to be out of a sense of giving Basha a false security, a sense of false security or anything like that. It's just whatever he's doing it for himself. Is
it like he's absolutely in no hurry at all?
Kind of, yeah. But it's odd with those rolls. That's pretty much what you gather. But it's just odd. He's not trying to like psych out anybody who's watching. It's what he does, apparently.
Drover kind of sits up. He's like blinking now to keep his eyes open because he doesn't want to miss it when this guy suddenly just like turns into a lightning bolt. He's like,
exactly. Oh my god.
All right. So With that, Basha, I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Oh God,
Add a D4 to it.
I'm going to. I rolled a 17 plus. Sorry, the animation's like super slow.
Yeah.
Plus 4, so 21.
Ooh, 21. Nice. All right. And roll initiative for him. Okay, it's not bad. All right. So let's get some fight music going.
Ah!
Let's see. That's
Just a Mortal Kombat theme.
So
Right.
Julia, Basha's a little older, right? Basha's like
She's-
middle-aged.
No, she's in her 30s, which I guess in
Oh,
medieval
okay,
world. No, but in her medieval world, I feel like she's like middle aged. And she has two
Fair.
she has an 8-year-old and a 10 or 11-year-old kid. So.
Oh, at 30? Wow, yeah, you started late. Yeah.
Yeah.
With a 10-year-old, you started late.
Yeah, because she's a wizard. Well, she had a whole nother life. She was a rogue.
wizard.
She was a rogue first, and then she kind of got kicked out of her little circle, and then she became a wizard after her husband died. That's like her full backstory that you never
Nice.
got because you weren't there. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, so she's not like older. She's like 35, maybe.
Gotcha.
I don't know if I ever said how old she was. 33, 35. I don't know.
You're a woman who's been in the world a while.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
okay.
a wizard.
Alrighty. So, with that, Basha, you are first.
Damn.
Yeah, because you got a 21, but he got an 18. So
Yeah,
so he just kind of stands there, and you just watch as he just kind of puts his hands up in a kind of defensive posture. He begins to dig one of his feet slowly into the sand. And when I say slowly, I mean slowly, digging it into the sand, and not in a way that he's trying to do it on the sly. Clearly you can see him doing this, but it's like all of his movements are very slow and very deliberate.
Okay.
But it is your turn, so it is you are first. What would you like to do?
I would like to cast Hold Person on him, or attempt to.
Okay. So what do I have to roll?
Wisdom DC 15.
Okay.
So yeah, Basha kind of whispering aloud is holding the bag of her spell components and yeah.
Okay.
Staring at this man.
So, and that is that considered a melee ranged attack?
It is a 60-foot
Okay.
within 60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just double checking for reasons. All
Okay.
right. So 15 wisdom saving throw. I'm going to use a DM inspiration.
Oh boy.
Wow, that was exactly the same number. So that is an 8, which is a failure.
Wow. I'm shocked that happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down and I'm accidentally making my page tinier. You never do that by accident? Yeah, anyway, sorry, hang on. So what I was trying to say, so that he is now paralyzed for the duration, so at the end of each of his turns he can make another wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. So I will encircle him with this white circle. And all right. So that is your turn.
Question is,
Yes.
and you can tell me no, because I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I don't remember, and I'm trying to find it in my notes. Is the necklace a bonus action to become invisible, or is it an action?
It's the same as the spell, so it would be an action.
Okay, so then I don't do anything, but I might move. Hold on. Let me see how close I am to him. Yeah, I'm gonna move.
Okay.
Kind of circle around the outer edge of the... You
Okay.
know what? I'm gonna go one less than that, but yeah.
Okay, sure, no problem. So as you are, as you cast the spell, you just watch as the only indication that your spell has taken hold is that his muscles seem to tense slightly. But outside of that, it doesn't look like he looks like he's exactly doing what he wants to do, like just standing in that position.
Right. Drovar hasn't noticed. He's like, oh, he's a real slow bird on this guy.
Like, I think everyone's watching the fight like, what's happening? What's happening?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Altar's like, I wish I knew magic. I have no idea what's going on.
Uh-huh.
Like,
So
whatever
as-
she
yeah.
did didn't work. He's
Yeah.
always a patient one. Oh.
So he's just standing there, and as that happens, Emilio is just kind of like trying to. You can see that he's watching what's going on, and it looks like he's getting ready to say something, but he's also clearly confused as like, what did she just do? So he's just not saying anything, but he's just like watching intently, and everybody's like, ooh, kind of like Drovar, like waiting to see what this old man does next. Drovar, as you're kind of sitting there, a couple of people come over to Kale. And they begin kind of whispering to them. And as they do, you just watch as they kind of pull out a small piece of parchment, start writing something down, and then tear a piece off and give it to like 3 of these individuals that come over. Make a perception check for me.
Oh, sure. Hold on, I'm on the wrong character sheet. Okay, remind me who Kale is.
Kale is a tabaxi that you met who owned the Curiosity Shop where you got a lot of your magical items earlier.
Oh, okay, they're here too. Okay.
Yeah, they're sitting right next to you.
Yes, I saw them on the map, but I'd forgotten their significance. Okay,
Okay.
perception check, you say?
Yeah.
A 17.
17. Okay. You heard these 3 individuals come over, and you realize they're actually making side bets. And you specifically hear them, and it's very strange because the gist of the conversation between them and Kale is, how swollen is he going to get? And like one of them bet 3, another bet 2, and one bet 5. And you have no idea what those numbers mean, but you heard them say those things.
Okay, I try to look at this old fella's clothes. It's like, does it look like they're gonna stretch out a lot? Or is he gonna burst out and be like butt naked? Like if he gets bigger, like physically larger, will like they just fall off?
So all right. So based on his clothes, and right now he's just kind of bare chested with the sash and the pants. The pants don't look like Incredible Hulk stretchy. Like they don't look like they're gonna get any bigger than they already are. His boots are like, he's compared to his great grandson, who is like almost 7 feet tall for a human. He's only like maybe 4'6", 4'7". Like he is tiny.
So he's like somewhere in dwarf height. You know, I
Yeah.
could look him in the eye pretty much. And like,
Oh yeah.
okay, Drover just hears this. It's like, okay, this is gonna get interesting.
All right. So
Eventually.
yeah. So now it's Awad's turn. Let's see what he can do. All right. He is going to roll a wisdom saving throw to see if he can get out of this hold person. That's a 21. So as he's just kind of standing there, you once again just see like his muscles slightly like flex, and then he begins to kind of move around, almost kind of mimicking what Basha did, and he tries to get a little bit closer, and he just kind of comes to the edge and he's shuffling the whole time, like he's not moving fast, just very slowly.
Doesn't he have to
Just
make
Oh
the,
no.
I thought he makes the hold save at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. So yeah, so he's still in the same position, but as he flexes the muscles, he stays exactly in the same position and does nothing. Basha, is your turn.
Oh boy.
Just the
Do I
graybeards.
think
Amelia
Do-
looks very confused.
do I think this is a question because I genuinely am trying to figure out. Okay, do the rocks count as the edge of the wall? So if I cast something that had a radius, but it touches the wall, does that count as out of the circle, or is that still okay because it's touching the wall? Like, I guess I'm trying to ask because I'm trying to figure out where I can place a spell that it doesn't damage outside of the circle.
The impression you got is the pit itself, which would include the rock wall. Anything,
I think I can.
Yeah, anything outside of that seems to be where you would run into issues.
Because I think I can place a shatter on this on the spot directly in front of him and not hit myself and not hit the outside of the wall. But I'm trying to mentally do the calculation, and I think that's right.
Okay.
Not the space right in front of him, like the space. Well, actually, yeah, I could do it in the space right in front of him, and that won't hit me either. 5'10", 5'10", 5'10". Hang on. Yeah, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to cast a Shatter, and I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to go for a Shatter at 4th level.
Okay. Okay.
I only have so many spells that are 4th level, so I might as well do that one.
All right.
Hold on a second. So he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. So that is going to be a 16.
So he makes the save. So he takes... it's such a shitty roll. Wait, is that the roll? Hold on. Man, 3d8 and I only rolled 12? That's really shitty.
Since you upcast it, I think it's 5d8. You should look.
Right, you're right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you
I rolled
said
3.
fourth, yeah.
So I should roll 2 more d8. Hang on.
Yep.
So that's a 20 total, so he only takes 10.
10? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it goes off, obviously, with a very large boom.
Yeah, so as you kind of cast it, it's like... And you watch, like, some of the sand just kind of, like, kick up as well as this happened. And everybody's, like, kind of sitting on the edge, kind of like, ooh, kind of, like, backs up slightly. And immediately it was like, Basha! 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 And, like, everybody starts clapping and cheering as you do this. And he takes the hit. I need you to roll a d6 for me, Basha.
Okay. That is a 6.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy.
So as this happens and the sound just is reverberating because there's so much echo here. Interesting thing that you realize, and now the rest of you are actually starting to realize this. About 30 feet above the pit are 2 illusory figures of Basha and Awat. And you get the impression like this is for the folks who are sitting at the tables who aren't able to sit right at the pit. And it's just literally just mimicking whatever's going on in the pit. You can kind of see. There is no sand. You don't see walls. But as the shatter spell activates and the sand gets kicked up, you do watch like the sand just kind of like appear out of nowhere, the illusory sand. And it just kind of kicks up in front of Awat. It is now Awat's turn. Before the sand begins to settle, you watch as this small old man who has been shuffling up until this point immediately, like lightning, through the sand that just kicked up and comes right at you, Basha.
Shield! No, I'm sorry. Whatever it is, I shield.
Okay.
But no, go ahead.
Runs up to you, and he is going to, for his action. All right. So he has a multi-attack. So it is 2 unarmed strikes and 1 kick. So the first attack is going to be, as he's kind of that's a natural 1, completely misses you. And you watch as he strikes at you. You can actually see at the same time he's kind of moving sand away from his eyes, and so just completely whiffs. But you feel the wind just push past your face as he misses with that hit. The second unarmed strike, it's going to be a 22 to hit.
That should hit. I was gonna shield, but Gene, what did you say it should be? Because it's a 17.
I think your AC becomes a 22. You may as well shield because it'll affect the rest of the attack.
Why would it become a 22 though?
Because you get
Because it's
plus 5.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So then, yeah, but it meets it, so it would beat it, right?
Right.
Because
If
you
you
said
got a
it's 22.
23,
Yeah,
you
that's
wouldn't
fine.
waste the spell.
That's fine.
Then it wouldn't have worked.
All right, so 22 will hit. And from that strike, and you watch his hand go right through your shield. And it seems to like cut. He has it open, cuts through, and immediately closes for a fist and punches you in the shoulder.
Ow.
For 13 bludgeoning damage.
Ow. Okay. I mean, I take it.
And then as he pulls back, you watch as he starts spinning his body, and he lifts his back leg for a spinning reverse kick. And you watch as his leg ignites on fire.
No! I hate this.
That's new.
And you just watch as the kick hits your shield, and a splash of fire just spreads across the shield because of your shield. Thankfully, he only had a 19 to hit. But the fire just splashes across, and those of you who are sitting right near just can feel the flame, the heat off of that fire. You watch the two half-orc brothers just go, "Whoa." And they just like they're like so excited. And as he kind of puts his leg back down, his leg is not on fire anymore, but there doesn't seem to actually be any scorch marks, no smoking, nothing.
I do want to glance over at Kale and the other people that made a bet to see if any of them start nodding like this is the swollen thing that they were talking about. It's like, is that not that I'm saying anything, but I'm just trying to see if they're nodding in satisfaction.
They don't actually seem to be nodding in satisfaction. They seem to be very eagerly just watching, but they have not like looked towards Kale like, oh, this is it, or something like that.
What they're waiting for hasn't happened. I'm like,
no,
oh, we got a lot more tricks up our sleeve. All right.
No, hasn't happened yet. All right, and as he does that, he kind of puts his he kind of goes back into that defensive position, and he just smiles at you, Basha, and he just kind of nods. And it's now your turn.
I like this old man. All right, I'm going to Misty Step all the way to the other side of the ring. Hang on. Behind him.
Okay.
And if I Misty Step, I can't cast slow.
Correct.
Can I? Shit.
No.
I will say, if slow works, though, you eat his reaction, so you can just sort
You know what? Never mind. I'm not
you
gonna.
can do
Yeah,
a
I'm not
little
gonna Misty
saunter
Step. Never
away.
mind. Yeah, let's hope it works. I'm just gonna try and cast slow. I hope to God it works because I'm so close to him. I don't want to be here.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So. Sorry. Does he have to roll something for it, or does it just happen?
It's a save.
Oh, it's
Save.
a wisdom. Sorry, he needs to make a wisdom save. I see it.
Okay. All right. So wisdom save.
I'll say that's broken if that just happens.
Oh, good God.
That is a 14.
So he fails. So
Oh,
his speed is halved. He takes a -2 penalty to AC and Dex saving throws. He can't use reactions. He can, on his turn, he can either use an action or a bonus, but not both. And
Okay.
regardless of his abilities or magic items, he can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during his turn. And if he attempts to cast a spell, there's other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, and you said his speed is halved.
Yes.
So is the
Okay.
monkey's as fast as you now.
And you can just walk. Now you can walk away.
I'm just gonna walk away. Yeah.
Okay.
You can't react.
All right. And so that'll mean his speed is
I will say I'll do it with a little flourish, so at least it looks like I'm doing something this time, you know?
Okay. And as you do that, everybody goes, ooh, oh. And you hear it kind of like, Basha, Basha, Basha.
I'm just delaying the inevitable.
And
I knew magic. I wish I knew magic. This seems really exciting.
And as you kind of like, as you begin moving away, he very slowly begins to turn to follow you. And it doesn't seem to be any slower than he was moving when you first met him, which is odd, but you were able to walk past him without any issues. And so right now he's just kind of like facing you as you just kind of like walk away, you kind of saunter away. And yeah, so that's it. Anything else? I think that's
at the end of his turn. He can, if you roll a 15, he saves. Just so you know, for the wisdom save. Yeah.
All right. Alrighty. So that's interesting. All right. This I love this. All right. So, with that, it is now his turn. He is going to, his speed is halved, so he can only move 25 feet. And he just shuffles towards you. Just very, very slowly, just kind of shuffles over to you. Still in that kind of defensive position. And then he just kind of like almost thoughtfully, just kind of begins looking you over.
Looking for weak points.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, Basha.
Oh. Do I add your bless?
Yes, you do, and my emboldening bond. But Chris, if this is a spell, things happen. Okay.
It's not a spell.
Blow is so messed up.
20, because plus the 4 from his emboldening or from his bless.
Okay.
And you also have emboldening bond.
Okay, so
yeah.
So you succeed. And you just watch as he kind of moves over to you, and the hand that's out in front of him, after he kind of like regards you for a moment, very slowly it kind of moves towards you. You expect that it probably should be faster, but it just moves. But considering the slow spell, it is kind of fast. And he presses it into your solar plexus.
Oh no.
And you feel this charge of energy rush through you.
Oh, that's right. Some of those people have the special ability. Oh, damn.
And let's see.
The dear Mark.
Ah!
That's 5 plus 4, so that's 9. So you will only take 4 radiant damage. As you just kind of feel this energy just kind of radiate through you, and kind of like it's almost like a shock. But it's not lightning or anything. You feel warm afterwards, like not terribly bad, but warm. But it still hurt. It still hurt.
I just realized I forgot I had 10 hit points, so I just adjusted it. So okay.
As he just kind of like pulls his hand back from doing his dazzling palm technique. And he just kind of looks at you, and very, very slowly.
The slow smile.
You can't hate this guy. He's the best.
And now he's just standing in front of you, back in his defensive position. It is now your turn, Basha.
I'm gonna shuffle away.
Oh wait, end of his turn.
Slow.
You said it's wisdom, right?
Wisdom 15 is what you have to beat.
All right, that's 21.
Damn it!
So he has a pretty high wisdom. So as he kind of like finishes smiling at you, you just kind of watch as he's still standing there. He seems to still be slowed, but you know, considering that you were the one who cast the spell, that it is now no longer in effect. But
so does he? Can he take reactions then now? So if I move, he can hit me. Damn it!
But you can blast him with a shatter. You can do your slows. You can do whatever you want.
I mean, I'm still gonna try and hit him with a shatter. I just have to cast it directly on him. Well, it's still gonna hit me though. Oh, I can do it behind him, right behind him. Yeah.
Behind him.
Well, I mean, he's facing the wrong way, but yeah, I'm gonna do it the square, like behind him, if that makes sense.
But it's a 10-foot radius, so
yeah.
maybe 2
Oh
squares.
yeah, because it'll still hit me.
Where,
Man,
so right
south of
here.
him.
Well, because if it's there, it'll still hit me.
2 squares south of him.
2
is
squares
like the
south,
bottom.
yeah.
Then the edge goes right to the edge of the pit and won't hit other people, but he's on the northern edge of it.
Yeah, and it's still the edge of the pit. So yeah, 2 south of him.
So like right here.
One up from that, I would think.
Oh, so
yeah,
here.
That I think is the right spot.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll cast. Can't cast fourth, so I will do a.
I mean, also the thing about shatter, it's only 10 feet up. So
do a
if you
third level
cast it on
shatter.
the floor, it won't get out of the pit.
Yeah. I know. I'm worried about the walls of the pit.
Yeah, that's fair.
It does do damage to the stone, yeah.
Okay, I don't know what I just rolled. Hang on. I don't know how to tell what I just rolled.
Well, I don't think we spent a lot.
Oh, okay, so this
before,
time, so he has to make
damage.
a Constitution saving throw. 15 is the number you want to hit.
Okay. And that's going to be 18.
So he makes it, so he takes 10 thunder damage, and there's another boom
Okay.
in the arena.
All right. So as you cast it, again, it goes, and the sand kicks up once again. You see that as the shatter spell expands and seems to like hit the sides of the walls, there is this flash of light around the actual stone walls of the pit, and it looks similar to your shield spell.
Oh, neat. Okay.
And doesn't seem to be any damage to the stone itself.
Good to know.
All right.
I can't move anywhere, so I'm stuck here.
Alrighty. So
Not where I want to be.
all right. So with that, let's see. Let's see if he gets his dazzling palm technique back.
Guys, does my shield last, or does my
No,
AC
it'd
last,
be
or do I have
over
to do it
now.
again? Okay.
Yeah,
so I have to do it
until
again
the
if I
end
wanna
of
do
your
it.
turn,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
He does get the dazzling palm back. But he just kind of looks at you, Basha, and he goes, "It has been some time since I have battled spellcaster. Thank you so much for this opportunity." And just goes to punch you. He's gonna do his multi-attack again. So it's 2 unarmed strikes and his burning kick.
Yeah, I'm gonna shield the first one that hits.
All right, so wow, first hit, just like the last one, completely whiffs with a nat 1. Just kind of goes by. But then he comes back around to see if he can get you with another one. That's going to be a 25 to hit.
Yeah. Oh, it's not even worth shielding. Well, whatever. I don't know that. I just know it's gonna hit me.
So with that one, you take 12 bludgeoning damage.
Bye-bye, temps.
And then he swings around for a front kick to your sternum.
Okay.
And you all watch as his leg ignites. That is going to be a 14 to hit, which I don't think hits you.
Because it won't because of the arm or the shield now.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
No.
So again, the heat kind of spreads over the shield once again, the fire. And let's see. As he kind of looks at you and you're kind of like reeling from that one hit that you took, you're just kind of holding your shoulder. He's holding his hand up back in the defensive position, and he squeezes his hand into a fist, and you feel a tight knot where he hit you.
Oh.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Shit, I totally fail. Even with
You have to add 2d4. I don't know
Let
what
me
it
try. I doubt it, but let me try.
We also have group inspiration. Use that shit.
Oh, I might want to use that shit because I don't think even with the 2 4s that's gonna make any difference. Yeah, let me use that group inspiration because, ow.
Okay.
God, it's worse. How is that possible? Okay,
Oh,
fine.
no.
So that's only an 8 total. So I
Okay.
fail.
You feel almost like an after effect of being punched. You feel your body actually react to the punch the way
Ow.
it should have, and you get knocked on your ass, and you are now prone.
Jesus. Okay.
And
Oh.
he just kind of like stands there, and he's just waiting.
Cheering you on from the stands, Basha!
Yeah.
Oh,
you
shit.
can hear as that happens. You can hear his great grandson is like, "Yes, master, yes."
Does he look hurt at all? Like, have I dented this guy at all with the shatters, or have they literally done nothing? Like, does he look completely untouched?
He looks untouched, but you definitely saw the reaction that he took when the damage happened.
Okay.
So you know he took the damage, but he doesn't look.
Okay.
And Drovar, there has been no kind of like shared looks yet. Alrighty. So Basha, it is now your turn.
I'm just gonna have to get out the wand of magic missile here. I don't know what else to do at this point. I guess I could try another shatter or another. You know what? No, I still have another 3rd level slot. I'm going to try to slow him one more time.
Okay, go for it. What do I have to roll again? Constitution?
Yes. Sorry, wisdom, actually.
Wisdom. Okay.
15 is your number.
Alright.
Ooh. There's 38 and just.
Yeah, I know,
Let's
right?
see. Hey, Han, do I have another DM
I thought you had
inspiration?
2.
I'm
You
double
had 2
check.
total.
2 total.
Last I checked.
Let's see. All right, yeah. So, all right. So I'll use the last one. Gonna roll again. That's better. All right, so you get to 16. So as you kind of like cast the spell, you watch as he just kind of stands there. He goes, "Fool me once."
Well, I had to try.
No, it was excellent try.
You should stand up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
stand up, yeah, at least.
All right, so you stand up. You try to cast slow. Anything else you want to do?
Oh man, I mean, I'm gonna stay in his, in his threat range, but I am gonna move closer to my friends, so at least I
Okay.
feel better.
Okay. And he just kind of follows you very slowly. Yeah, and while all of this is happening, you can hear the bar is mostly cheering for you, Basha. Like, is this because of Amala and Anthar? Like, they're just kind of like getting the whole place just kind of fired up as this is happening. But every now and then, Alwad is getting like, woo, Alwad! You just kind of hear a few people just kind of like cheer. His great grandson is totally like, yes, master, yes, yes, just kind of like cheering his grandfather on. All right. So with that, it is now Alwad's turn. He kind of like follows you a little. He's watching you, and once again, he just kind of seems to regard you for a moment. And he is going to make 5 unarmed strikes against you, using the exploding sun technique.
Well, I can shield one of them.
So
Well, you shield all of them, technically.
I mean,
once
technically.
you
yeah,
shield,
if you do
your
the
AC's
first
up for
one,
the
yeah.
turn.
All right, so this is going to be interesting. I have to keep track of something real quick. All right, so the first hit is going to be a 23.
Okay, so then I shield, so it does not hit.
No, 23 does hit with a shield.
Oh, it does hit.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, because I
'Cause you
didn't.
only have
Oh,
22.
because that's 22. I'm
22 's
sorry.
the
I'm
number.
sorry.
Yeah.
22. Yes, it
Alright.
hits.
So the first one hits. The second one is a 19, so that misses.
Nice.
Are you
The
rolling damage at the end?
Third,
okay.
yeah. There's a reason. Third one misses. Fourth one, natural 20 or 27.
Oh, you hate to see it, folks. You hate to see it.
And then the last hit is a 25, so that hits. So 3 of them get through. One of them does
One of them's a
not.
crit.
Yeah, you all watch as he's just very, very calmly standing there, and Basha, he looks at you and he goes, "I am very sorry, my dear." and he just lays into like you're just like your solar plexus and your stomach, and as it hits you, you don't actually feel pain. It feels like a light tap. You will take. All right, so the first hit is 15 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I'm already bloodied, so great.
Okay. The second one, which is a crit.
I might just go down, depending on what it is. Go ahead.
Is 13 bludgeoning damage.
Still up, but barely.
And then the last one,
The crit was 13.
yeah,
Just rolled terribly. Okay.
yeah. I just rolled shitty roll.
Yeah, I have 3. If you do more than 3 damage, I go down.
And the last one was 6 bludgeoning
I go
damage.
down. I go down.
Okay.
I just go down.
That was the politest
Unconscious.
Mexican I've ever seen.
You know,
That was so polite.
So yeah, so as the last hit hits you, you're still kind of standing, and then all of a sudden you feel as if from the inside someone is punching your stump, your organs. Like it is.
Ow.
And then as the last hit hits, it is just like this blinding pain, and then nothing. The rest of you watch Basha drop. And as she does, he immediately goes over to her and puts both hands on her. And you just watch as his hands begin glowing. And Basha, you come back up at... you come back to 10 hit points. And as he's just kind of like staring over you, he's like, "I am so sorry, my dear, but that was an excellent effort.
I did try, yes.
You are a very accomplished spellcaster.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Please, let me help you." And he begins helping you up. And you realize just how strong he is as like he lifts you up and you barely bring yourself up to your feet. He's doing all of the work. He's very strong.
Okay.
Seeing this old man just beat the hell out of you, then help you up and heal you. Froome is on his feet. One of his eyes is watering. He's like, it's just so great when you can beat the hell out of your friends and still have kindness, you know?
Yeah.
And Athar is truly moved by this scene of camaraderie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just kind of helping you over to the platform.
Before we even get there, I'm gonna be like, wait, and I'm going to instant cast not Lehman's tiny hut, the disc to lift us both up and take us over to the platform. Very fancy.
Okay, yeah. So you begin.
I'll just weakly wave like.
Great job, Basha! Woo!
Yeah, you still still half of the bar is Basha. But now you can very much hear like a larger contingent of people like, what, and you hear Emilio. Can you ever say that you have seen such a wonderful display of sportsmanship? It's just, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our fight, Art the Swollen. and everybody's just like clapping and cheering. Drovar, you turn to look at the three, and you just watch them tearing up the pieces of paper. They look pissed, and they just kind of throw them to the floor. And Kale's just sitting there, just kind of like chuckling slightly.
So once they've stomped off, I'll lean into Kale and say, "All right, so what's the swollen thing that they were hoping to see?"
That's right. You have never seen him fight. He has some kind of, I don't know if it is an illness or a curse or something, where if he takes too much damage to a certain body part, it becomes very, very swollen, and then it is no longer usable while he fights. I don't know, it is very strange for someone in his kind of particular things that he does, that he would put himself in a position where he would hurt himself. So this is a safe place to do it. You wouldn't want to risk that going into a real fight. I think he does this to challenge himself. But no, we've seen it. Like, we've seen his whole body swell up to the point where he just falls right over. So it's very interesting that we did not see at least one swollen part for his body.
Basha, on hearing this later, is gonna be like, I didn't even have a chance. There was no chance. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, and just Drover, like, okay, have I ever heard of anything like this condition? I would imagine no, but
make a history check.
History, all right.
It's a high DC.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not expecting it, but yeah, 12.
12. You have no idea what you almost think that this tabaxi is probably pulling your leg.
I would have believed it, except 3 people lost money hoping it would happen, and that means to me it's something that does happen.
Yeah,
if they're betting on it.
But it sounds really ridiculous. All right. So at this point, you, Basha, you Tensor's disc
lift us up,
both of yourselves, and you watch as Awa just goes, oh, I like these, and you just kind of like float to the side, and as you do, Bako, who is his great grandson, kind of comes over, and he goes, Master, that was wonderful. You didn't swell up at all. He goes, no, but she did such a wonderful. That was a good effort for her. So you say congratulations to her that she did so well. And Bako just kind of turns to you and just kind of like slightly bows. He goes, "You are a wonderful fighter."
Thank you. I appreciate that. But nothing like your grandfather, great grandfather. Nothing like him. Master.
You are too kind. Come, you will sit at my table with me and my great grandson, and we will get to know each other. And he kind of like moves off and he starts putting his robe on, and very slowly ties it off, and he kind of shuffles over to one of the back tables. And you are welcome to join him if you like.
Oh, definitely, I will. I'll be like, but I'm gonna be like, I will come to you in a minute. I'm going to say hi to my friends.
That is fine. That is fine.
And get a drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna buy him a drink too.
Drover will have a drink waiting for you. It's like something. It's like, well, it was either a victory or a consolation, but ooh.
Oh, that was a lot.
I tell you what, it was basically you couldn't get away from them in a circle like that. That's the thing to remember. Just never let those little buggers get close.
Yep.
In a big room, you gotta lit them up.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the point. It's not really built for close knit spell casting. It's hard.
Well, maybe you can do some magic that'll change that around, but for
now, it's going to make me question my future spell choices, like what I choose to learn. It's interesting. It teaches me things.
Well, if you know the room you're going to be fighting in, you can think about it. But you did good.
We're gonna teach you how to punch, Basha.
I don't want. Okay, maybe I get grandson to teach me how to punch. Huh? I will ask him.
Is that
over
what you
drink.
want him to do?
Hey,
I'm tasting pheromones in the air.
Yeah, shut up.
Matchmaker,
Thank you for making that joke.
Find me a man.
Oh wait, we're joking?
No.
What, you can't tell the
All right,
tinge
shut up,
Okay.
tiny frog.
I don't need to smell anything. I can just look at her. She flushed the moment. She was fine during the fight with the old man. As soon as the
Look at him,
grandson
he's
came up,
covered-
she's like,
It's covered in oil. Look at the man.
I more taste it with my skin than smell it.
All right, I'm buying them drinks. I didn't even ask them what they wanted. What do they get? I'm gonna ask Vasily. What do they normally drink? I buy them drinks.
I have a
Right,
special.
probably.
I keep special. I keep special drinks for them. They usually have like fermented rice wine. It's pretty
Oh.
good.
Oh,
I'll
interesting.
help you carry it back to their table, Basha.
Okay, you can come with me.
some sort of anti-inflammatory, I'll wager.
Yeah.
Sort of before you roll off, Froome just is like, listen, some people don't have the bravery to even get in the ring. So today was a victory for the step that you took that so many others didn't. And Froome will put that gauntleted hand on your shoulder, and I'm gonna lay hands on you for 40 hit
Ow.
points.
Oh, now I feel better. 40? Okay.
40,
yeah, like
yeah,
at first,
just straight up.
like at
Here's
first
40
when the
hit
pressure
points.
goes on the arm, I'm assuming that he hurts. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
Oh, yeah.
okay. I'm up to full, so I'm just like that was
Well-
wonderful.
You got the stamina to keep up with the grandson now, don't you?
Shut up. Ask me again after I drink this fermented rice wine that I've never had before in my life. I'm very
Oh, no.
curious what
Oh,
it
yeah.
tastes like.
So yeah, at this point, Emilio's like, all right, we have 5 minutes until the next fight, so please get your drinks and we'll go from there. So everybody's kind of like milling about now. People are actually like talking about the fight. You see one of the robed individuals that was kind of like walking around and joking, kind of move over to the table where Awat and his grandson are at, and you watch them as they kind of put their hand on Awat and begin healing him. And he's just like, no, I'm fine. Thank you very much. And you hear them like, listen, this is what I'm here for. Just take the healing, old man. And it begins to just like heal him, and he seems to be fine. And then the rope person walks off. And now Basha, as you and Amala just kind of come over to the table, the grandson is just kind of like, he's sitting with his back to the wall and the back table, and he's just got his arms crossed, and he's just sitting. It's like he's like watching the room, and as you both kind of approach, he just kind of like shrinks into his shoulders slightly. And he turns bright red. Like he just turns bright. And he didn't come in with a shirt or a robe or anything. And he's just bare chested, kind of oiled up and sweaty, just kind of like sitting there. And the Awat just like, oh yes, you are here. Please sit. Who is
We got you drinks.
Oh, thank you so much. Who is your friend? And he
This
kind
is Imala.
Oh, Mala, this is pleasure to meet you. How are you?
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I'm doing rather well. Great job in the ring.
Oh, thank you so much. It is I don't get to do it as often as I like, but when I do, it is always a fun challenge. Especially when I have such talented people who are challenging me, like your friend Basha.
Basha is quite fierce.
Oh,
You get her out into
yes.
a wide open space, she will explode everything.
Well,
Of this I have no doubt. So this is my great grandson. This is Bako. Bako, stop slouching. Just come on. And Bako just kind of lifts up and kind of sits back a little more and goes, "I am Bako."
hello, Bako. I am
Nice to
Basha.
meet you.
It's a pleasure.
Nice to meet you, Bako. I'm Amala.
Nice to meet you both. And he just like does not make eye contact, and he just like
That's fine. I'm just gonna be like, so drinks? Like,
he
But
immediately takes the cup and just like with both hands just like slowly starts sipping it.
oh boy, that's gonna be a night. All right, yeah. Amala says she needs to teach me how to punch, or
Yes.
I need to learn how to punch because I am not good at this.
Well, my grandfather, my master this is what he does here in Elturel. He teaches. He's been teaching here for the last year or so. So,
Oh.
and it's like, yes, we are not here to talk about me. So Bako is very accomplished, and he just begins like like giving you his great grandson's social resume. It just kind
How old is this guy? Like he's not like a teenager, right? Like he's older than a teenager, I'm assuming. Like he's a man. He's a full grown man.
Oh yeah.
This is hilarious. I'm sorry.
You find out through him talking. Baco is 44 years old. He's been single.
That's even better.
He's been single most of his life because he's dedicated his life to training. And he is very, very accomplished. He's not yet a master, but that is one of his life goals. He also works at the local orphanage, and he does what he can to help Ontharr Froome and his group during their patrols in either a healing capacity or an offensive capacity. And like he just keeps he is just like blowing his great grandson up to you.
Oh my god.
And the whole time, Baco is just sitting there, sipping at the cup, not making eye contact with any of you, bright red. Just like bright, like so embarrassed.
I love this. This is so funny.
Imala will like nod to like the great grandfather, nudge and obviously wink at Basha and excuse herself.
Oh my god. Perfect. Yeah, and okay. I don't need to go into it, but Basha will like try to talk, we'll like talk and kind of like tell her. She'll be dead honest about her kids too. Like she'll pull out the locket and like show them, be like, these are my daughters, like, whatever, and just like kind of like talk about her life. And we don't have to get into it, but she will talk to them. I will say, if there ever comes a point where like the grandfather like gets up to go to the bathroom or something, or like goes away at any point, she will definitely like be like to Baco, like, do you want to talk at some point, like not like somewhere else, like at a different bar when like her grandfather's not like around to like talk for you. Like
so at some point he actually goes back to the bar. Goes back to the bar to get more rice wine, and you ask him this. Make a persuasion check for me.
Oh boy.
You're emboldened.
Oh yeah, I am. Sweet. 16 plus 4 is, well, not 4, sorry, plus 3. So sorry, what did I say? 16? Yeah, so 19.
19. Without looking up from the cup as he's sipping at it, he's like, okay. He seems so awkward. Even without his grandfather being there, his great grandfather being there, he seems very awkward.
Yeah, but it might just be like because his grandfather's like talking him up and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Make an insight check for me, Basha.
All right, fine.
And you are emboldened.
True.
Listen, we're a wolf pack.
10 plus. That's only a 12.
12? I mean, you as you're watching him and you're seeing like how he's reacting, especially once his master has left and you're just kind of talking to him, he actually seems a little more awkward since his grandfather left the table.
Oh, and interesting.
You're starting to get the impression that he doesn't deal with women a lot.
That's really funny.
And he's just very self-conscious. And then you're starting to recall all of the things that his great-grandfather was saying about how he's dedicated his whole life to training, and you realize this probably hasn't been a lot of call for him like to actually socially interact with people outside of training. So he's very awkward around you.
Basha will try to like get him to talk about something that he's into, like the orphanage or something, and then just, I don't know, she'll be like, is there like a flower garden somewhere where we could like sit sometime and talk? Like, she's trying to like give him something that's like not like totally awkward, like, like let's go somewhere that you like.
As you say that, he's like, well, to be honest, and he puts the drink down and he just kind of looks at you and goes, I have been cultivating this rock garden behind my grandfather's home, because he doesn't keep it up the way he used to, and it is just like I find it so very relaxing, and maybe I could could show you.
Yeah, sure. Maybe, yeah, why not?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect.
All right, so while that awkwardness is happening,
drove as Amal comes back, it's like, how's she doing?
Oh, she's doing great. The The tall dude, however, is very awkward.
Oh, that guy needs to get laid so bad.
Don't
Like,
worry,
listen,
Basha
don't-
worship soon. It'll happen, guys.
I don't judge the young folks and how they live their lives, but woo!
That guy looks like he could do push-ups.
Well-
Push-ups
well-
without using his arms. If you take them in and
I mean, it looks like he probably has a lot of stamina, so I think it'll be fine if they end up going off somewhere.
As you're all having this conversation, Awa kind of like is behind all of you, and Athar, he kind of like pats you on your arm, and he goes, "You are so insightful, my friend. You know exactly what that boy needs."
And then from behind him, you mammals are so weird.
He turns around and looks at you, Gorple. He goes, "I know," and he just goes back to the table. All right, so while all of this is happening, you can see people kind of like refilling their drinks and getting ready, and you can kind of feel the anticipation in the room for the upcoming fight.
I will re-embolden people because I imagine 10 minutes has gone by.
Oh yeah, 10 minutes has definitely gone up. And
Are
so
you up next?
Just say you don't have to embolden me then.
No, I embolden Vincent and Amala and myself
Got
because
it.
then I can walk around the ring and make sure that the bond is active.
okay.
No, for him, I believe Vincent's next.
Ah,
Yeah, Amala, Vincent, and
oh, the
myself.
beanpole.
Yep. And so with that's where we're actually going to take our break before we get into the next fight. So we will be back shortly. We will see exactly how this next fight goes. I can't wait to see how that goes. And once that's done, once we come back, we'll see what happens. I can't wait. This is going to be so good. So we'll be right back. Stick with us. All right, and we are back. So, first fight is done. At this point in time, while people are kind of refilling their drinks and kind of preparing for the next fight, you all kind of watch like Vincent kind of go up to Emilio, who's kind of still on the platform. Starts talking to him for a minute. Emilio just kind of like nods slightly, says something back to Vincent. Vincent kind of walks down off the platform, kind of comes up to all of you, kind of sitting around. Goes, so I was talking to the fight person, and well, considering the rules, I'm probably going to damage things or hurt people, and I don't want to do that because I that's a bad thing, right? Like I think that's a bad thing.
Right.
So he's perfectly willing to if one of you would like to take my place.
Yeah,
he's perfect.
Okay, so not that. Who am I fighting?
Barum Firefist.
Firefist.
Amelia would like to speak to you before the fight begins.
Sure. I just walk up there.
So yeah, Vincent just kind of goes over. You see him ask for a drink from Vasily and just kind of starts kind of drinking, but also kind of like nursing the drink. Drovar, you go up to Amelia. He goes, will you be taking over for your friend?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So what is your name, sir?
Drovar Ironhelm.
Drovar Ironhelm. How would you like to be introduced?
Drovar Ironhelm.
Where are you from? What are your accolades? What have you accomplished? You know, that kind of thing.
Drovar the Dragon Slayer.
Yes!
Drovar the Dragon Slayer. I like that. Very, very alliterative. Anything else? Like where you're from? Your family?
No, let's keep an aura of mystery.
All right. Can do. Thank you so much. We'll be starting shortly. So.
All right, better go get my axe.
All right.
So while Drovar's axe is leaning on the wall, I slather the blade in poison.
Yes.
So a couple of people watch you just kind of like start just like kind of. It looks like you're feeling up this axe a little bit. Like
It's a ritual. He does this all the time.
People are like, yeah, like they it's odd looking, but when you say this, Basha, they go, and they just go right back to what they're doing. You're getting the impression that there's not a lot that kind of like weirds these folks out.
Yeah, as long as nobody dies, it's all good. That kind of vibe is pretty strong here. So I pick up the axe and I look at it and then look over it. And Dwarf may have wandered off. It's like,
don't touch the blade.
Right. Sure.
And I'll do the emboldening bond for him and Amala and myself.
Okay.
And then right before he goes on, I will also bless Drovar.
Gotcha.
Go get him! Kick the shit out of that guy! Put him in a body bag!
Gotta redeem our honor, yeah.
Alright, so let's
I just want my money.
Yeah, so do I.
Alright.
Look at myself now.
Alright, so
Put him in a headlock, Drover.
No, it's just
Basha,
the axe. It's like,
Basha's like, for Iron Helm in the background.
So alright, so as Drovar begins walking up to the platform, you watch as Emilio begins tapping his top button. All right, it's time for the next fight, my beautiful peoples. So, our next fighter is mysterious. Comes from who knows where. But what we do know, that he is the mighty, the wonderful Drovar the Dragon Slayer. And immediately you hear like, woo, yeah! And people begin kind of clapping. Ooh. That definitely seems to have like piqued people's interest. And as kind of like the crowd is just kind of pumping up and cheering you on, as it begins to die down, Emilio continues. And now, the challenged, formerly a member of the Flaming Fist Mercenary Company out of Baldur's Gate, this individual eventually climbed the ranks of our illustrious Hell Riders. During his off time from his duties as one of the few chosen of Lathander, he is here, entertaining us in this ring of battle. Give it up for Barum Firefist! And immediately the crowd goes wild. And coming out of the door that Awit and his grandson came out of, the first person you see is this female dwarf. She begins kind of walking around the corner of this room, and in her hand, she is holding a flamberge, just this large two-handed sword that is taller than her, with this kind of like flame curve to the blade. And behind her, you see a fully armored and plate mail armor individual. You can't even see their face. The helmet itself, it's almost like a Spartan Magneto type look to the but the front, the plate in the front around the eyes and the nose looks like a flame, and it is red colored, and it's just kind of going up, and there's like these two flames that wreath around the middle. The actual helmet itself, the rest of it is just like this bright silver color. There is a robe that this individual is wearing just kind of around their armor, but you can see the plate and you can hear it just kind of clacking as he's walking. Also like silver colored with this kind of red flame embroidery around it. They both begin making their way up towards the platform.
Firelord Ozai? Is that you?
Right? I was like, Bako, I gotta go. I'm kidding.
As they kind of make their way towards the platform, you watch the dwarven woman. She actually bows slightly and hands the sword to the individual, who now is kind of unbuttoning the cloak and he lets it fall to the ground. And as it falls to the ground, just complete silver plate mail armor. And you can see, like, it looks like etchings of flames just all throughout the actual armor. As the cloak hits the ground, the female dwarf, she goes and reaches and she picks it up, begins folding it and placing it over her arm. As he just kind of takes the flamberge sword in one hand, just kind of holding it, and begins kind of like coming up the platform. And as he does, he kind of looks to you, Drover, and now you can actually see a little more of this individual's face. You can see the hint of a salt and pepper beard. There are actually very kind eyes staring at you from behind the actual helm. The eyes themselves a golden color. And he's just kind of standing there holding the sword and just kind of slightly bows to you. And he says, "Dragon Slayer."
Aye.
What an excellent moniker. Congratulations.
I'm trying to fill the collection. I got green down, almost got blue. Working on the rest.
Good. I love ambitious challengers.
Aye.
Well,
I look over at the squire and just like, hey.
she kind of looks at you and she kind of winks. She doesn't smile. She just winks. And he just kind of like looks at you slightly and he goes, "Well, may the best man win."
I offer a hand.
He with a gauntleted hand. He reaches out and he shakes your hand.
Do the shake. Okay. And I will hop down.
Okay, yeah. He kind of walks down, and you can place yourself wherever you'd like in the ring.
I'll just head over there.
All right. As you move down, he kind of moves down also, and he kind of gives you like about a 10-foot berth in between you, 5 feet in between you, both of you. Just kind of stands there, staring at you, and Emilio just kind of is just like watching. And he goes, "And with that, introductions made, let the battle begin!" And I need you to roll initiative, please.
All right, initiative. Dun, dun, dun.
Kick his ass, Drovar!
Sweep the leg.
Yeah, a 10.
If you had your bond, we're so emboldened.
Oh yes.
Give him the
bond.
chair! Oh wait, he can't bring it in.
Give him
So what's
He
the bond is a
could've.
D?
He
A
could have. It's a D4.
D4. Okay. Yeah. Up to an 11.
11. All right. So as you're both standing in the pit, and everybody's now just just kind of begun crowding around the pit, trying to whoever has moved is now moved back. Drovar, you are first.
Awesome. I rage.
All right,
Straight
excellent.
up, get that going before anything else. And I just bounce straight at him.
All right.
Axe up.
For someone who hasn't seen this before, what does Drovar's rage look like?
He's kind of laughing. Just kind of a like,
Like the
it's
madman's
like
cackle.
he kind of like Animal from the Muppets, kind of
Yeah.
he's delighted.
Right.
He's very gleeful. And the tattoos on his arms start to glow, and he's now starting to be surrounded by a cluster of dwarven spirits that are all like, "Yeah, get him!" And they're basically cheering him on at this point. I don't think they're going to do any good in the fight because there's no allies around, but they're there. He's got his own cheering section with him.
Yep.
Flair.
All right.
Hilarious.
All right, rage. Oh, and I've got a level of fighter now too, so let's see what happens.
Yeah. Also, remember you have bless, and you can use that that emboldening bond once per turn.
Okay, so I used it for initiative, right?
That's not. Yeah, that's off turn, so you're good. You can do it again.
Ah, sweet. Okay, so let's go for the great axe swing number 1.
Okay.
Okay, that is a 15 as is. I'll throw the blessed D4 on there because this guy looks pretty thick. 19.
19 does hit.
Okay.
Chris, make a DC 12 con save versus poison.
Okay. That is a 14.
That nothing happens and it's used,
Okay.
but it was worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 11 damage on the first swing.
Okay.
Go for the second swing. That's a 19 by itself. Do I need the bond?
No, that definitely hits.
Okay.
You also have the bless that happens on every roll, so
Oh god, yeah. Okay. Another 11. So 22 so far this in, one round.
Okay. So another 11. All right. So yeah, so you rush in as you do, just kind of like and he's very calmly just standing there watching you, both hands on his great sword, just staring at you. And
I'm waiting to see what happens when I get close, but it's like,
Yeah.
it's all I can. This is how I do it.
And as you go in, you slash once, getting in between the slats of the armor, and you can feel the cut through, and you actually see some blood begin to trickle. And then once more, you slash, get him on the other arm, and you watch as like now there's kind of like blood beginning to kind of slightly pour down the sides of the arm. And as you kind of like kind of back up slightly, he cocks his head ever so slightly. He goes, "Aha." Anything else that you'd like to do?
I I don't think I got any other. Let me see. Nope. At this point, I think I'm good. Just do a couple of hits on him, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. So it is now his turn. Let's see. Yeah, he is just gonna, as he kind of looks at you, he kind of smiles and takes a swipe with it with the great sword at you. That is going to be the first of his 2 attacks. A 19 to hit.
Yep.
All right, and then the second attack is, I don't think that hits. That's a 14.
That is a miss.
Okay, so with the first hit, you are going to take 13 slashing damage halved to 6 because you are raging. And he is going to add a blinding smite to that. And so you will take an additional 15 radiant damage. And
Cool.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
You do get to add 2d4 to this, Ben.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Dex on what kind of saving throw is this? A Dex?
Constitution.
Con save. Okay. I'm pretty good at those. All right. Okay, so a 13, but I get to add some d4s here. So bless. I can add 2 d4s?
Yeah, 2d4s.
Okay. So another 4, so it's a total of 17.
Okay. So as he takes the swipes of you, the first one hits you, and you feel the slash from the shoulder going down in your chest. He pulls back, and this time you can actually see the attack coming. You're able to dodge out of the way. But on that first hit, you just watched as the whole flamberge began to glow slightly. And as it hit you, you kind of moved out of the way out of the second hit, and all of a sudden, your vision starts to go dark. And as it's starting to go dark, you just kind of kind of shake it off, and you are not affected by the blinding smite. You are not blinded, thankfully. So he kind of looks at you, just kind of like nods. He's like, very good, very good. And then, yeah. And so as a bonus action,
Wouldn't even cast Blinding Smite as bonus action?
that is, hold on a second. Yes, you are correct. Thank you. And so is he gonna move? Nope, he's gonna stay right where he's at. And so now it is your turn.
All right. So at this point, we're kind of at just stand and bang. I will just start swinging again.
Give him the old dwarf 1-2.
Arr. Okay, that's a 28 to hit.
28 does hit.
That's right.
18 damage.
18. All right, yeah. You're slashing. And as this is happening, you're woo! Everybody's going nuts. Like people are going crazy. He takes that. He's like, oh, good hit. Good hit.
Right. Yeah, here's another. Let's see, a 19 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay. 15 damage.
15. Yeah. Yeah, and now you're seeing all of the weak spots in his armor, and you are slashing through them, and you're just watching as blood is starting to pour down his legs and his arms. And you're also starting to watch as the blood is pouring down. They're actually going through the grooves of the flame scrolling and filling the scrolling until now it's actually outlined in his blood and actually getting red.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And
Oh my
he's
God.
and he's laughing. Like he's grinning, he's taking all of this and he's laughing. He seems to be having a good time.
Probably should have had some sort of fire resistance potion.
I mean,
before
you can
this.
second wind at least.
Oh yeah, I got that. I got that coming, but I well, actually, that radiant damage really did a number on me. Hold on. Yeah, I'll do the second wind now and just get it over with, because it's more like, even rolling max, I wouldn't. Even maxing out, I would not be back to full. So let's use it. So it's just a D10 plus 1. Okay, 6 points back.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. So, with that, it is now Barham's turn. Looking at you, he's kind of like, he's chuckling. He's got this big grin on his face. All right, this is good. This is good. Good challenge. And he is going to. He's going to move away from you, so you get attack of opportunity if you want to take
swing. Okay, I will take it.
All right, go for it.
Okay, I will use the bless, and I will use the emboldening bond. That's another D4.
Yes, but remember that means you're not going to use it on any saves he makes you make this turn.
True, but I just gotta keep hitting them.
I mean, we also have group inspiration, John. So if you want to just re-roll,
yeah. How many do we got? Like
so many, so many.
Okay, I can tell. I'll tell you in a second on that. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have.
I'll take one. Yeah, that bumps it up to a 26 without the bless.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Another 17 damage.
All right. Okay, yeah. So you're hitting him. As he's moving away from you, you get another swipe at his midsection. He's looking bloody, but he's still moving. And as he kind of moves back, he just kind of looks at you and goes, all right, let's get weird. And for his action, he is going to lay on hands to himself. And he is going to give himself 20 hit points. And then, as a bonus action, you watch as he's just staring at you, and he kind of grips the handle of his sword a little tighter, and you just watch as it flares into a flame. Not sure what that means yet, but
is it on fire now?
It's on fire.
Okay.
And he's just standing there now, and it is now your turn.
I'm not going to learn anything back here. Okay, just move up, and take the first swing and see if I set something off.
Okay.
A 22.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Is this wait, okay, sorry, wait, I was checking. I thought dwarves had some sort of spell resist, like, thing for spells, but it's not, it's poisons.
Yeah.
Okay, so wisdom save.
Yes.
Okay, I will take an inspiration for this one, from the group thing, because
Okay.
You're also blessed, and you do have an emboldening bond.
Okay,
for this
so
one.
let's do the advantage and then add some d4s in on this. Wow, a natural 17 and a natural 16. So the wisdom saving throw is a 17, but I'm going to throw those 2 dice in there.
You probably only need to throw the bless and not waste the emboldening bond.
Okay, I will just do the bless then.
Okay.
Rerolling. Okay, that's a 4. So wow, 21
Okay.
on the
So-
wisdom save.
So as you're coming down to swing at him, for some reason, like you feel compelled to actually not hit him, and you're just like, ugh, and you push through it, and you hit him anyway. Four.
Oh, did I not roll damage? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm like,
I get so caught up in the.
no, it's
the
fine. It's
twisting-
great. It's fine.
Right, but I did hit him. Okay,
Yeah, you did hit
there
him.
we go. 13.
13. Okay, yeah. And as you push through this, and you go and you take a swipe at him again, and you hit him, you actually see a little bit of surprise in his eyes. It's like, okay, all right.
Got one more. A 20.
20 does hit.
Okay. Another 17 damage.
17. Yeah, he's looking. There's a lot of blood pouring from him at this moment. He's still up, but you're just like, wow, he's taking a lot of these hits. His armor doesn't seem very dented, but it's definitely got a lot of his blood on it, and those flame scrollings now seem to be actually soaking up that blood. And actually, the flame scrolling is now the only thing that's red on his armor, even though you're noticing that the blood should have like gone past the scrolling and been on red. It is only staying within the flame scrolling. And it's also on his legs and his arms, on his chest, and
So
there's definitely a motif to his armor.
Right. So the grooves kind of look like they've got enameled, kind of an enamel
Yes.
finish in there now. It's like,
Yes.
made your armor pretty. What's that do?
Just wait. All
Won't be
right.
long.
Okay. So, all right. So it is now. Unless you want to do anything else, it will now be.
I've
his
done
turn.
my 2 things. I've
Okay.
just I've got him against the wall. Let's see what he does.
Okay.
Can I roll to see what kind of paladin he is?
Sure. Make a. I guess this is just gonna be an insight check with advantage because you are a paladin.
16.
16. He is. Hold on a second. Oh. You are not sure.
Oh, cool. All right. Thank you.
He's definitely like you. You're definitely like he's definitely paladin. You've not seen like what he is before. Is the best way I could put it. All right. So bonus action. The flames on his sword seem to get a little brighter. He is going to try and move away from you. You can take a reaction.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, that. All right, so I will use the bless. And I'll use the bond as well.
Okay.
That's a 15.
15. You do hit him on the back of his armor, but unfortunately your axe does not make purchase.
Yeah.
And he's looking like he's looking rough. But he's definitely trying to get away from you. Seems like whatever strategy he had in mind, not exactly what was
Yeah.
going to work.
Yeah. The thought running through Drover's head is, I got to put him down before that armor does whatever it's going to do. And I don't know what it's going to do, but I'm not going to like it. So I got to finish him.
So he does move over. He puts some distance between you two. And then you just watch as he takes the sword, turns it over, drives it into the ground. And as he does, there's this kind of sound as if the air above you is kind of being sucked away. And as you look up, there is this large column of fire that just
Oh, you're kidding!
shoots. It just hits you as he casts Flame Strike
Wow.
on you.
Okay.
I need,
gotta-
you, I need you to make a dexterity saving
All
throw.
right, but I get advantage on these
And a
Yep.
D4 bless.
and
Yeah.
a D4 bless. So let's do So like, oh my god! Oh
It's
come
like-
on!
And it's now just like blinding light and fire. Everybody else is like, ah!
Arthur's at the edge going, there was a firefight!
All right, so that is a dex save of 21.
Okay, that is a success. All right, so you will take. All right, so out of the 20, you will take 22 fire damage. Oh yeah, well, so that's 11 because you is a success, so it's 11.
Right.
And then out of the radiant damage, out of the 15, you will take 7.
Okay, so this pillar of smoke just kind of like there's a
Like-
blinding flash.
Yeah.
When it clears, we're still standing up like, all right, that was fun.
And he's just looking at it, he's like, isn't it? And he just pulls the sword out of the ground. It's no longer on fire. And he's just saying, he's like, all right, come on.
Oh yeah.
And it is now your turn. He's bloody and he's just like standing there, like
Yeah.
getting ready.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my I'm like cheering and screaming.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, Drovar!
All right,
That-
Drovar
that-
just bolts in. He with the boots he bounds like right on top, coming down on like to try to split his head. Just yeah. Okay, bless adds.
Drovar.
Oh, fuck!
Okay,
More
so-
Iron Helm!
That comes to a 20 to hit.
That does hit, yep.
15 damage,
15, all right.
and second hit coming up.
Take that swipe.
25 to hit,
Does hit.
Oh boy.
and 12 more.
Ooh, yeah. As you take these 2 swipes, these are huge hits. And at one point on the second hit, you hit him right at the hip area. And as you do, you watch as he slightly goes down on one knee, and then pushes himself back up. He's just breathing hard. You can see sweat just kind of like pouring down from underneath the helmet. He's like, all right, very good. Very good. He's real hurt now. Anything else?
No, I mean Drovar's kind of looking up at him. It's like, and he wants to offer the guy a chance to just surrender.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't think this guy would want to do it. That'd be embarrassing. So he's just like, he just kind of is like, come on, let's do
All right.
this.
Okay. So yeah, he's just kind of looking at you. He's looking at the area that is just like the sand is practically glass in that area where the flame strike hit. And he's just looking at it. He's looking at you.
Yeah, I mean, Drover's got smoke coming off of all the hair on his face, and his beard is all smoldering. But he does not look bloodied.
And he's just looking at you. He goes, "You are worthy." And he's just gonna lay into you with two great sword attacks.
Oh, please.
The first one misses as he stumbles slightly, and kind of misses you. The second one Ooh, also misses. And he's just like, all right. He is going to. Yep. As his bonus action, last time he can do this, you just watch as he grips his sword tightly and flames grow onto the sword once more. But he doesn't.
You got him on the ropes. You got him on the ropes.
He doesn't move, and he stays right where he's at.
I respect his decision as I try to cut him down.
Okay.
Finish him, Drovar! Finish him!
He's swaying on his feet.
All right, an 18. I have not added bless, so let me throw that in there just to be sure. Okay, now it's a 20.
Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Right.
Good old sanctuary.
I will ask for one more reroll from the faithful watchers because that would have failed. Same roll. It's a 3. I'm just like
Okay.
but I can't get him.
Yeah, you're just like something is telling you like not to hit him, and you just go to the side, and your axe just right into the sand.
But you can change your action. You could grapple him because that's not an attack.
I already declared that as an attack.
But Sanctuary lets you change it. If you fail to save, you can do something else.
So could I
choose a new target or lose the attack or spell? The spell doesn't protect the water creature from area effects, such as the explosion of a fireball.
I don't have anything that would, Drovar is a one-trick pony. It's a really big trick, but that's like pretty much he hits things and he can't hit this guy. I feel like switching to grapple would be still trying to assault him in some way, and like at least for this round, I'm like, I can't do something directly to him, which is what he would want to do. So he's just kind of.
Yeah, you still have another attack.
Oh, it's for both attacks. Okay.
Save each time. And Anthar's gonna start this like deep dwarven war chant, and it speaks of like victories and dead fathers and heroes of old, and it's that very bellowing Gregorian.
I think the spirits surrounding him like are a chorus for you. Every time there's like, if you hit a verse, they all go, it's like right on tune. It's like because they all know it.
Gorple is also on tune and oddly sounds in a deep dwarfish voice, even though his voice is high pitched.
All right, let's go.
Frog, like full like bullfrog going.
Okay, so I rolled a hit, and then we do the wisdom save.
Yeah.
Okay.
Depending on if you hit or not. Yeah.
All right. Let's see what the bless. This is. I don't think. Well. A total of 12. I could use the bond, but that's only going to give me up to another 4 with that plate armor. I'm saving it. So he misses.
Okay, yeah. So you swing
and his stride's thrown off here.
Yeah, and he's just standing there. He's like, all right. He is going to.
Now, do I know what's happening? Like, am I like there's a effect keeping me from it, or am I just feeling like I'm losing my nerve?
No, you feel like there's like some kind of force is compelling you not to hit him.
Okay, I'm just looking at him. It's like
you, yeah,
right. But I look at him. It's like you gotta come out of there sometime.
And he just kind of looks at you. He's like, "Yes, but not yet." As he lays on hands for another 20 hit points as his action. Still looks very hurt. But a little less hurt than he did momentarily. Just kind of like straightens himself a little bit. Looks at you and says, "Your turn." And it's now your turn, Drovar.
Yeah.
He doesn't move away. He doesn't move away.
All right. Oh, he's really thrown me off now. First roll, like I'm not using the bond because it's only a 12, so I will try my second swing.
Okay, so this time you kind of swing. He does try to dodge out of the way and is able to do so.
All right, a 21.
All right, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Okay. First roll. Okay, that's a 18 right now.
Okay.
Have not used the bond, so
right.
Did I get through?
Yeah. So as you're just again feeling this compulsion to not hit, this time you push through it and you are able to get through.
Okay, 16.
16. All right.
Nice.
As you slice through again, he's like, ugh! Still standing.
Okay.
All right, and this time, two more great sword attacks.
Okay.
All right, first one. That is a dirty 20.
Yep.
And then the second one is a 16.
That's also a hit.
Okay. So the first one is going to be 10 slashing reduced to 5. He is going to add another blinding smite to that.
Okay.
So I'm going to need you to make a con saving throw.
Con save, okay. Not so good. Okay. I will. Yeah, I'll throw the bond in there for this one because so far it's a 13. Got it up to a 17.
Okay, that's a success. So
Get by with a little help from my friends.
So you take 13 radiant damage, half to 6.
Okay, now that's not. I just resist. I think weapon damage. I don't think energy damage.
Well, no, but you succeeded on the saving throw.
Oh yes. Okay.
So
okay.
you only take half.
Got it. So it's 6.
Yep. So 6 radiant damage, and you feel once again like that, like your vision is starting to go dark, and then you kind of shake it off, and you're not affected by it. He's like, very good, very good. And then the second damage from the second hit, it's just going to be that straight hit is 10 slashing damage reduced to 5.
Okay.
All right. And he's just kind of like looking. He's like, all right, let's do this.
And I lay into him again.
All right. Yeah, the crowd is going nuts. People are like, yeah, Baron, woo! And then you hear people who clearly forgot your name, but are just like, go Dragon Slayer! Go Dragon Slayer!
I'll take that. 18 to hit.
18 is his AC.
Ah, sweet. 18 damage.
How would you like to take him down?
He steps in, and instead of like, basically, I want this to be non-lethal. Basically, I come in sensing he's on his last legs. I come up and just bring the axe, like, kind of hook like the curved part of the blade over his arm and force him to drop his weapon and bring him down and make him let go of the sword.
Okay.
So I'm sort of standing over him, and the sword is out of his hand.
All right. So yeah, as you kind of hook his arm slightly, which causes the flamberge to just kind of fly out, and you watch as it sticks into the sand at an angle. You also hear him cry out in pain from the hooking of his arm. And as he does this, he kind of drops, and there's more blood just kind of pouring, and he just kind of drops to both knees, and he's just like kind of breathing really hard. He just kind of looks up to you and he goes, I yield to a great foe.
I sheath the axe and I haul him up
As
and
you
help
kinda-
him.
Yeah. As you
I help
kinda-
him. I help him walk out. I give him a chance to retrieve his blade and kind of just, I'm right under his arm. It's like, he's pretty much leaning on my head at this point, but I'm almost like as much. I'm letting him preserve as much dignity as possible, but just helping him up to the stairs to get out.
Okay. Yeah, and as you're doing this, you do watch as he kind of lays on hands one more time, and some of the bleeding does stop. It looks very hurt, but some of the bleeding does stop. And as you're kind of walking him over, and he's thanking you. He's like, thank you so much. Amazing fight.
It's a hell of a sword you got there. Where'd you come up with that one?
Oh, it's a standard issue of the Hell Riders.
With the flames and everything, or is that you?
Oh no, that's enchantment on the blade.
Set up for them.
And as you kind of walking up, you watch as his squire, she actually just jumps into the pit and kind of gets underneath his other arm, and you both kind of help him up to the platform. And at this point, you also see like two of those kind of robed figures come over, and they begin healing him to the point where he's just like, I'm okay, I'm all right, thank you. And he finally he takes off his helmet, and as he takes off his helmet, you see a very, very like tanned, dark-skinned individual. The hair seems like it's brown, but it has like these kind of like bleached ends to the hair, and it looks like almost like sun bleached. And it's kind of messy. It's like there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's like very, very long, but it was just kind of like pushed back from the helmet. And as he kind of takes off the helmet, he hands it to his squire, and he's got a big smile on his face. There's blood on his teeth, and everything, but he's got a big smile on his face, and he just kind of like clasps you on the shoulder, and he goes, if you ever want an introduction to the Hell Riders, you just need to ask.
I'll keep that in mind. In the meantime, how about do you lads drink?
He chuckles and he goes, it's on me. And he holds his hand. He holds his hand out, and his squire immediately is like going into her pouch, and she puts some money into his hands, and he just puts the money back into your hands. And you look in your hand, and you have 10 gold. And he goes, for however long you're here, your drinks are on me.
Well, that's worth the contest right there. All right, well, you two have a seat. I'll start a tab with us. What do you want? So basically I use this money to help buy drinks for them, and I will sit back and, commiserate and discuss strategy with this guy.
Before Barum even says anything, his squire, she kind of looks at you, she goes, fire whiskey, both of us.
That sounds, 3 of those are coming up. Have a seat. I'll join you.
All right, and they kind of move over to a table, and Emilio's like, all right, what an amazing fight. Barum losing to the worthy Drovar the Dragon Slayer. And everybody's like, woo! And you even see Barum going, yes. And Emilio's like, all right. We got for another 5 more minutes for everybody to refill and get some food in you before the main event.
Okay, I'm getting the drinks. I walk past Amara and just like, don't forget to heal when you get a chance. If this last guy's the toughest, whew. He had a couple of, this guy I fought had a couple of really good moves. I managed to luck it out.
I'm all rested up. Don't worry, Drovar.
And I just lean in close. It's like, don't use any mercy. You finish the fight fast and heal yourself. Trust me. And I just walk
and
away.
I slip up and I go, no mercy, as I strike my hand against her blade. No mercy.
And I believe you gave me the +1 sword.
Yes, you currently are wielding Talon in battle.
Cool.
You can't lose with that sword.
Yeah, it's a legendary sword. It has a whole history and write-up.
Yeah.
All right, so in the middle of all this, Imala's actually going to walk up to that paladin and find out what kind of paladin he is.
All right. So as you kind of walk up, he's kind of like he's beginning to sit down, and you seeing like he's trying to, he's stretching out slightly. And as you walk up, he looks at you for a moment, and you watch as his golden eyes flash. And as they do, it's like very brief. He immediately gets up from the chair he just got settled into. He kind of looks at you and very deeply bows to you.
I will return the bow. That was a very valiant fight.
Thank you. Your friend is a very worthy opponent. I haven't taken a beating like that in some time.
He can be quite frightening.
That's probably why I don't fight barbarians much. It's not really a fighting style. I'm used to fighting against those who have a style. Not really. Doesn't seem to be his forte. Although I did sense a little bit of training in there from somewhere.
Yeah, retired military.
Yeah, as you walk over, he's like,
I've stood in formation a few times.
I knew you had some kind of formal training. That's some martial training. Again, excellent fight. But so he's still standing, and he's just kind of looking at you, Ma.
So I must ask, what oath did you take?
He kind of chuckles slightly, goes, well, initially, I never thought I would actually take the road of the paladin. It's not who I was. I was just simply a fighter. When I first started out with the Flaming Fist Company. But I will say that when I started, I'm loath to say it, but I did take the oath of vengeance. That was how I started. It's not where I'm at right now. Please sit. And he just kind of like motions for you to sit. The squire pulls out a chair for you, and then just kind of stands there.
I will sit, and I'll motion for him to sit as well.
Yeah, he waits for you to sit, and then he sits. Well, I don't want to bore you with the details, but I did see some good people when I was younger fall to blades that they shouldn't have, and I started out as Paladin of Tyr, believe it or not, but it didn't sit right with the Flaming Fists. The mercenary company is not exactly Paladin friendly, I guess would be the worst way to put it. But I couldn't keep working with them because they were more about lining their pockets than actually protecting others. So I took the oath, decided to do some vengeance, if you will, taking the oath. But at some point, when I came here, I actually heard the call of Lathander. And I don't know how much you are aware of Lathander, but Lathander doesn't have many paladins, and there's reasons for that. I was called, broken, almost on the verge of death, to take, well, the Oath of Light. And, well, when I decided to change that path, Lathander didn't take it easy on me. I sent me with the Hell Riders. Against their wishes, by the way. I became a Hell Rider against what they wanted. But are you familiar with the Hell Riders at all?
I'm not.
A number of years ago. And as you're kind of looking at him, while he carries himself very well, you realize he's got to be like 60, like maybe late 50s, early 60s. Well, a number of decades ago, there were these portals that began randomly opening up here in Southern Faerun. and these portals opened up into the Hells. This is how the Hell Riders were formed. A group of individuals who were brave and foolish enough to actually venture into the portals, into the Hells themselves, to stop these attacks and find a way to close these portals. I was not asked to be part of the Hell Riders. Lathander said, "You're going with them." And I did.
The gods have a fun way of doing that, don't they?
They do, absolutely. Not only did I have to navigate around the Hell Riders trying to actively imprison me and keep me from going into the portals, I will say, not to pat myself on the back, but mostly thanks to Lathander, I was able to help many of the Hell Riders escape once we figured out how to close these portals. I was given a battlefield commission. And so my current rank is lieutenant. They will not promote me any higher because they think I'm insane. But once they realized that I was actually a chosen of Lathander, it's taken some time, but I've earned their respect. An actual part of the Hell Riders now.
I've been watching the Squire, not, just like, what is her attitude as he's telling the story? Is she, is she assigned to him? Does she look up to him? Is she, what's her take on him?
Hey, make an insight check for me.
An 8.
An 8.
I'm sort of also like,
yeah,
she's kind of cute.
Yeah,
she's high-minded.
She's very much like focused on him as he's kind of telling the story. It looks like maybe he's kind of told a story before, but at the same time, you're also catching her kind of like looking around, not just at like you and Amala, but kind of like every now and then just scoping out the room, like ever vigilant. But she's very, very focused and fixated on him.
Is she like heavily armored in the way he is, or lighter armored?
Yeah, okay. No, she's wearing full plate mail, but it's black with these kind of red outlines. You don't see any flames on them or anything, or any flame scrolling. And she's also wearing kind of like a red half cape. She's kind of got like these kind of like mutton chops on the side, and her hair is very, very kind of curly, but comes into like a braid towards the back. So he continues, with you, Amala, and he's like, so yes, that's me in a nutshell, but yes, the Oath of Light, or Lathander's chosen path, is some call it, but there's only maybe a few dozen of us throughout Farron. There's not many of us.
Well, thank you for answering my question. I don't believe I've ever met a paladin of the Oath of Light before. That is quite unique.
It is a path that Lathander puts out before people he finds, I like to think, amusing. I don't particularly consider myself worthy. And as he says this, his squire pipes up and she goes, "Master, you are absolutely worthy." And he goes, "Yeah, all right. Let's."
Yes, I believe Lathander would disagree with you on that.
Well, at the very least, I know Lathander finds me amusing. I'm sorry, very rude of me. This is my squire, Doring McGuinn. And the squire just kind of slightly bows to all of you. I'm very sorry. It's just I got so into the fight. My manners. Please forgive me.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's wonderful to meet you.
I push the glasses forward to both of them and say,
"Yeah,
well."
Begin sipping. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go get warmed up for my fight since I'm up next.
Yes, let's see how this goes.
He looks at you and his eyes wide. He's like, "You're up next."
Yes.
Good luck.
I've been hearing that. Yes. I heard it was another Dragonborn, and I had to.
Good luck. And he just continues to kind of sip the whiskey with a little bit of a grin on the side of his face. And he just kind of like sits there and he just starts sharing kind of like war stories with you, Drovar.
Imala will nudge Drovar a little bit and wink at him to like, go get her. Like,
yeah.
All right, okay.
And Amala, as you kind of get up and you kind of leave, you watch as Doring, actually, she kind of takes the seat as you leave.
Okay.
Right.
So I mean, we're gonna watch the fight for sure. I'm looking up at sort of the hologram thing over. It's like I've never seen a pit with everybody gets a look at it even without crowding around.
Yeah. Baron's like, oh yes, no, Vasily spares no expense for these fights. He wants to make sure anybody who's paid their admission gets their full money's worth. And before we leave, I mean, make sure Emilio gives you your winnings.
Don't worry about that. I point over. It's like the frogs got it. the frogs on top of all of this.
All right, good. All right. So, is there anything, Amala, that you want to do to prepare the rest of you?
One question that Drovar's trying to remember: what did we do with the Lathander mace? We still have it, right?
Yeah, Gorpal still has it.
Yeah, we're still deciding if we want to give it back to Lathander or give it to the Order of the Gauntlet.
Okay. Drovar doesn't say anything, but he's like,
it's literally hanging off of Gorpal's belt.
Right.
He has no reason to hide it.
It's almost probably dragging along the ground because it's so big, but he's like,
No. It's attuned to Gorpal. So it is. Actually, no. It's not attuned.
It doesn't require attunement.
But it is magical in nature, so it does adjust its size to whoever's wielding it. So it's not dragging off of his belt. It is Gorpal sized. So, which is probably why he's been able to kind of wear it and nobody has said anything.
I mean, there's so many people in the way between him and Gorpal.
Yeah.
But Drovar's just thinking about that. It's like, all right, well, so you this is your city. You live here, right?
Yes. I live in the barracks with the other Hell Riders, but I have my own space.
All right. Well, let's sit back and enjoy the fight. I'll have these drinks. Maybe one more to see how long the fight goes.
This is going to be a good one.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously bet on my party mate, but I'm really curious to see. Everyone's been talking about this other Dragonborn coming in.
He's not been defeated since he started fighting in the pit. Ever. It's been about a year.
Okay.
So your companion, Paladin of Bahamut, should be good.
Right.
Yeah.
He just sits back and relaxes.
All right.
Smite.
So I sidle up to Amala as her fight coach because I'm everyone's fight coach. I go,
I got this, Rack.
all right, Amala.
Yes.
So I don't know much about this guy, but I think he's some sort of spellcaster. You're gonna be awesome. I believe in you, but I am gonna make you better.
Perfect.
In the best way I can. So right before she goes in, I'm gonna cast Bless on her and Sanctuary.
Okay.
How does Sanctuary work?
So if you do not attack and someone tries, it's what happened to Drovar. They have to make a wisdom save if they want to hit you, as long as you have not attacked, but they can still do area effects. I figured I'd do it to you in case you get beat on initiative. Like, you don't have to worry about it, but the idea is I'm just trying to make it so that you might get a round of not getting attacked if you don't go first.
You might blunt his alpha strike.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
So as I kind of do that, it's like a swampy haze kind of washes over you, and kind of like, it's Scorpal. It's just Scorpal honey, but in a gaseous form. So I bless her. I emboldening bond, my last one, and I Sanctuary because I'm a team player.
That's awesome. Yeah, make sure you have all of that written down, Amala.
I do.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything before this next fight starts? Oh, okay. So as everybody seems to be settling in, they've got their drinks. You watch Drovar as Barum gets like really kind of excited about this fight and is just like getting ready, but not moving up to the pit, just kind of like watching the
Yeah,
illusions.
I'll sit with him.
Okay.
Taking my measure him and his squire. There's just kind of.
All right. So as you kind of approach the platform, Amala, Emilio taps his top button. All right. Now it's time for the fight you all came for. Hailing from Silvery Moon all the way to the north. Champion of Bahamut, Imala Alos! And everybody's like, whoo! Everybody starts cheering and clapping.
Bahamut.
In Dragon or Draconic, I just shout, "I love Darga!"
And Mala just laughs.
A few people turn their heads at you and just like look at you really oddly, start chuckling, and go right back to the fight. And so everybody's like, yeah, Bahama, woo! And they're just going nuts. As the crowd starts to simmer down slightly, Emilio continues. Hailing from parts unknown, we bring you our ultimate champion. Those who have seen this individual fight are truly in for a blessed sight. All of you wonderful individuals who brought yourselves here, prepare yourselves for Kirad, the Blessed, also known as the Herald of Sadia. And you all look in the direction of where the other folks had come from initially, but you hear a door open from right around where the bar is. It's this large room that you haven't seen before. And as the door just kind of like very slowly like opens up, you watch as this very like wiry, thin, red dragonborn is sitting cross-legged on this silvery disc and is just floating out of this room and just begins floating his way over towards the platform onto the disc, wearing very, very simple, like almost like a tunic or a toga, that's kind of like almost like a beige color with some kind of like gold trim. And Amala, as he comes up onto the platform, and the rest of you actually begin to notice this too, as the light is reflecting off of his scales, there is a shine to the scales that you have never seen on a dragonborn before. Some of the light actually goes through the scales. And as it gets closer, you can actually see these little kind of like protrusions on the dragonborn's head, and also coming down from the cheeks. And you've seen this kind of like ornamentation on some dragonborns that were actually born with some of these looks. But as you kind of like stare a little closer, it looks like ruby.
Ooh.
And as you now get a very good close look at this dragonborn, it is not red. It is ruby. It is gem scales. And it's just kind of sitting cross-legged on this kind of like, silver metal disc. And as it kind of floats up, it looks at you and like this really like genuinely happy smile comes up on his face. And he just kind of looks at you and goes, "Ah, so you are Amala."
Indeed I am. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. And just kind of like holds a hand out for you to take the hand. And as you do, you can feel the hard rock scales, the gem scales. And Amala, this is like you've just seen somebody out of a fairy tale. This is a gem dragonborn. And as he just kind of floats up, and there's actually a hush to the crowd as he's now talking, and almost everyone can hear both of you talking. There is no one talking right now. And as he just kind of like, as he pulls his hand back, he says, I wish you all of the luck in the world, and maybe you and I can have a discussion after we have battled.
I would love that, actually.
Excellent. Good luck to you.
Good luck to you. Amala's gonna look at Amelia and be like, may I say a few words before the fight begins?
Amelia's like, absolutely. And taps the second button down from the top. And as he does, and you kind of like clear your throat, you can now hear your voice echoing throughout the whole area.
Perfect. Amala's gonna look around and begin. Justice and good above all. Honor and fealty. Honor and respect to righteous innocence. Honor and duty to the balancer, to her mercy, and to the justice maker. Honor and protection to all races. Honor and correction to the enemies of justice and good. Honor and forbearance to oneself. And as Bahamut once told me, hit harder.
As you kind of finish that, you watch Emilio kind of tap the second button, and everybody just starts clapping and cheering, as you said, especially at the last line. It's like everybody's like, yes, yes, yes.
You love to see it, folks. You just love to see it.
And as you kind of finish, you also look over, and Kirad is also clapping, and just very enthusiastically. He goes, That was wonderful. I enjoyed that.
Thank you.
And he kind of looks to Emilio. He goes, "My turn." And Emilio's like, "Sure." And he goes to tap the second button. And he goes, "No, it is fine." And you all hear in your heads, "Blessings be upon you from Sadio. We are here to partake in this most magnificent battle of friendship and not of foes. We, those honored few who are able to see what is happening, are truly the ones who are blessed." And then the voice kind of dissipates from your heads.
Basha's like leaning to her table like, that rice wine has gotten to me, because I swear that guy's voice was just in my head.
Yeah, none of you saw his mouth move at all.
Yeah, I turned to my two companions at the table. It's like, did I hear that in here?
Oh yes, we all heard that. Because after that, everybody just starts clapping.
Is that like he always does that?
Wait for it.
Okay.
Oh no, Mala.
You see like Amala kind of vibrating with anticipation for this, just like, yes.
Yes.
All right, so Emilio kind of motions for you to kind of take your place in the pit. Amala, you can put yourself where you would like to. All right, and you watch as Kirad slowly kind of floats over on his disc into the pit, almost in the direct middle. And it's just kind of like hovering, like maybe like 2 or 3 feet off the ground. Still cross-legged, still just kind of waiting. And then as you kind of both look at each other, Amelia goes, "And fight!" And so now let's roll. Hold on a second while I bring this up. Let's roll some initiative.
Cool. And I can add the emboldening bond to this?
Heck yeah. So bold.
That is a 19, Chris.
All right. So Kirad got a 22. So Kirad gets to go first.
Yay, Sanctuary.
All right. So, as the battle begins, you watch as Kirad, for his movement, goes 15 feet into the air. As he finishes getting about 15 feet into the air, kind of like there's like a strange twitch, and as he twitches, you watch as 3 of his scales pop off of his face, and as they do, they begin kind of floating around his head and begin spinning. And as they do, you watch as they begin elongating into these daggers, these long blades. And you're not sure if it's a trick of the light or if you actually saw what you saw, but as these kind of blades are now flying around his head, he twitches the other way, and you just watch as the blades begin flying towards you. There are 3 attacks that he will take. The first one is going to be a 23 to hit.
And this counts as an AoE, correct?
No, these are melee attacks.
He needs a DC 13 Wisdom save versus my Sanctuary.
Okay.
23 does hit.
Okay. What was the DC for the Sanctuary?
13.
13. That's Wisdom. Okay, that's a failure. So you watch as the first blade kind of misses you. And it looks like it's going to sink into the sand, but before it hits the sand, it disappears. Okay. The second one is a 22. He will make the Wisdom saving throw. That's going to be 21.
To hit?
Oh no, for the Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay.
So the second attack does hit you. We're gonna do the other attack as well to see if that hits. That's a 24 to hit, and then the wisdom saving throw fails. So he only gets 1 hit on you. So, cool. So the first blade, you watch as it flies past you and just disappears. The second one immediately right in between the eyes. And as it hits, it disappears. And immediately there is this massive pain in your head as you take 5 piercing damage and 12 psychic damage. The third blade flies wide as well, and then similarly disappears before it hits the sand. And as the 2 blades that don't hit you disappear, kind of looks at you, smiles, and just kind of like nods. And then that is the end of his turn. It is now your turn. So once again, so I can't. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put underneath him 15 feet, so you know that he's above you 15 feet into the air, and it's now your turn.
All right. Well, you want to know what reaches 15 feet? My breath weapon.
Okay, go for it.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty, so it's a 15-foot cone. Con DC 12 half damage on success. So.
Okay. So you said con?
Yep.
Okay.
Con DC 12.
Actually, it does. Con DC 12. That is exactly a 12.
Alrighty. So he takes half damage then, so that's 7 damage.
7 ice damage, right? Cold?
It is... Hold on a second. Cold damage, yes.
Cold damage. All right. So I'm sorry, 7, right?
Yep. And that's already halved.
Okay. So yeah. So as you're just like, and just reaches up and hit, and you watch as it does hit him. He doesn't move. And you can see as you finish breathing out this cone that there's some like frost and icicles almost like hanging in front of him and not on him. And then they just kind of like just kind of fall to the ground. And he just kind of like, very good.
Are you gonna join me down here?
So he does hold on. So he does take the damage. He's got to make a wisdom saving throw for something. Okay, he fails it. You watch as even though it doesn't look like he took the full brunt of that cold damage, he did take some damage. You watch as the metal disc that he is kind of like floating on just drops to the ground, and you watch it just thunk into the sand, and you can see that it is an actual metal disc about the size of a manhole cover.
Cool. Does he take fall damage?
He is still floating in the air.
Okay.
And he just looks down at it, looks at you, and just kind of nods. All right. Do you want to move? Do you want to go anywhere?
I'm debating if I want to do a bonus action, or because breath weapon is an action. Yeah, I'll just move. I will just move like right here, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I believe that's all I'm gonna do right now.
Okay. So now you just see this kind of like this metal disc on the ground. He's still kind of floating about 15 feet in the air, and he kind of looks at you, and he kind of clasps his hand together, and he goes, "I can do something like that too." And you just watch as he goes, and you just watch as this 30-foot cone of fire shoots down at you.
Perfect.
And so for you, let's make I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Alrighty. And I can add the bless onto that?
And the emboldening bond as well.
Alrighty.
I don't think you need it though, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the bless. So that is 27.
Okay, yeah, that you totally succeed. So you will take all right, so half of that, you will take 16 fire damage. That's halved already. From 33. And you watch as this fire just kind of comes down on you, and you're now just like some of your clothes are smoking slightly. You can feel your sword in your hand is really hot. And your armor is starting to feel a little uncomfortable. All right. So then he is going to... he's going to continue to float this way, still staying 15 feet in the air.
Cool.
He's still cross-legged, and it's odd as he's kind of moving through the air. You almost get the sensation like he's swimming. Like it's a very fluid movement. It's not like jerky or anything like that. And he's flying. Like he's absolutely flying.
All right.
All right, and that is his turn. Amala, it's now your turn.
All right. As my action, I will heal myself because I'm pretty down there. I'll heal myself for 16.
Okay.
Put me up to 40. Let me just do a little bit of math here. Alrighty. And Amal's gonna look up at him and be like, "Oh, so you're just gonna stay up there? Is that this game we're playing?"
And he just kind of looks at you and goes, well, we all must play to our own strengths. Yes?
Which is very true.
I can fly. If you cannot fly, I'm sorry for you.
I don't know, I think it's a bit cowardly you being up there.
Oh, are we resulting to calling names?
It is not a name calling, just an observation.
I see. All right. And he just continues to stay there and floating in the air.
Alright, Amal is just gonna stand there and, like, stare at him with, like, Sanctuary going. I'm like, alright, I can wait this out if you can.
Your sanctuary is down because you did attack.
Oh, okay, cool.
Jump up at him!
Or use your dope ass Nature's Wrath, which will restrain him and make him fall. It's your channel divinity.
Yeah, it says, as an action, you can cause spectral vines to spring up and reach for a creature within 10 feet of you. Does that mean it's only 10 feet reach?
Well, it's 10 feet of you. He's only 15 feet up. You're at least 5 feet tall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I already used my action for my my lay on hands, so.
Okay.
Let's see. What else can I do here? Oh, I can do a bonus action. Let me find that.
Everybody's just kind of like, yeah.
Yeah. Can I cast Shield of Faith on myself?
Is that, yeah, if that's a bonus action, go for it.
Perfect. That's +2 to my AC for the duration of my concentration up to 10 minutes.
Awesome. Let's put a concentration ring around you.
So it's 21 to hit me.
Okay. Alrighty. You are concentrating on that. Okay. So it is now Kirad's turn. Just kind of looking at you. First thing he's going to do is, let's see if he gets his heat breath back. He does not. All right. So he's just kind of looking at you. Definitely seems like he's trying to figure something out. And he's just going to make three Mind Blade attacks at you.
Perfect.
So first one is going to be a 21 to hit.
That matches.
Second one misses. Third also misses. All right, so only hit you with one of them. And once again, it looks like the scales just kind of like pop off, turn into these long blades, and then just kind of fly at you. And you begin kind of like dodging some of these blades with two of them missing, but unfortunately one of them does hit you. And as it does hit you, it hits you kind of in the shoulder, but again, you feel this kind of like explosion of pain in your head. As you take 6 piercing damage and 12 psychic damage.
Alright.
Also, Shannon, remember you have 18 temporary hit points. That would take off first.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
So you might want to apply
I
that
did
damage to
an
that
inspiring
first.
leader to everyone who
Yes.
was gonna fight.
It happened
Alright.
last game, so I was like, let me remind you.
Thank you. All right, so that's 18 minus 6 minus 12. All right, cool. That takes all those 10 hit points then, so we're good.
Okay, awesome. And then, all right.
Yeah, I'll enter my boots.
He's kind of like staring at you, and like it's just kind of like very oddly, just kind of like back and forth, his head kind of, and you just watch him as he floats back down to the ground. And then his alarm goes off.
Sorry.
So he is definitely he's still like cross-legged, floating like about 3 or 4 feet above the ground, but he's definitely now within melee range. if you
Perfect.
walked right up to him.
Perfect.
And then, yep. So, and he's just gonna stand right there. Oh well, float right there.
Floating.
And it is now your turn.
All right. Amala is definitely going to rear her sword up and run forward and make her attacks against him.
Go for it. Get him. You hear people, get him. Yeah.
Marla!
All right.
You hear a few people, knock him off his pedestal.
That's 21 to hit.
21 does hit.
And that's just the first one. And this is +1, so that is 12 damage.
All right.
Smite his butt.
Oh yeah, smiting. How do I do that again? I'm sorry. I haven't done smite in a while.
It's whatever the spell slot in D8s plus an additional D8 that you use.
Alright, so spell slot D8 plus additional D8?
Right, if you use a spell slot, let's say you use a second level spell slot, then it'd be, what, 3d8?
Yeah.
But you spend the spell slot as if you cast a spell.
Yes. Alright, so it'd be 1 spell slot, and then I'd be rolling 3 D8.
If you use a second level spell slot, correct.
Alright, I will use a second level spell slot, and I will roll 3 of these bad boys.
Go for it. Get him! Get him! You hear Barum. It's like, kick his ass!
That's another 19 damage.
Nice.
Alrighty. And then I will go in for my second attack. So that is a 19 to hit.
Remember, you have a bless, and you also have.
I used that with my other one.
Bless is always.
Oh, bless is always?
Yeah. Yeah, it does hit.
Alright, cool. So I don't even have to use that then. Alrighty. So then we're going to do that. So that is 12 damage for that. And then I will spend another second level spell slot.
Yes, give him the smite train.
Smite Train! And that is an extra only 10 damage.
All right.
Only 10.
So as you hit, and the glow of your weapon that is charged with Bahamut's holy energy that he hit, and you just watch, like he stands there and he's floating there, he's got his hands crossed, he's got his legs crossed, and he's taking the hits. And he's like,
I don't like this.
Make a con save DC 12 because it is poison.
Yes. Con save against DC 12.
From the first time.
from the first hit. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
I forgot about that.
One day it'll work.
Nope.
13.
Never mind.
No.
We're good. Never mind.
Sorry. And as you're hitting it, as you finish with your second attack and you kind of pull back, still floating, kind of like in the air, took all of those hits and seems very hurt. And it's just kind of looking, he's like, do you feel good about yourself now? Is this all right?
I will not feel better until I beat you.
Ah, I understand now.
I don't like him.
Yeah, I lean over to the dwarf squire. It's like, so did Barum lose to this guy? Just seeing the way Barum's like, yeah, get him.
Yeah,
it's like,
she goes,
just checking. All right.
All right. See if he gets his heat breath back. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do this for the last time. So, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Alrighty, and I just get the bless, correct? I don't get the...
Correct. If it's on your turn and you already used the bond, it is only once a turn. But bless is always.
15.
15. All right. So you just... All right. Yeah, you just make it. So as you're just kind of standing there, you still feel the after effects of that heat blast, that the heat, and your armor and your sword are a little uncomfortable to hold, but you're able to kind of keep a hold of it without taking any damage.
Perfect.
Because if you would have failed, you would have taken some fire damage. But thankfully he did. So we're gonna see if he gets the heat breath back. Does not get the heat breath back. I think we're gonna do something a little different. So he just kind of looks and he goes, all right, this is very educational. I'm learning a lot about this. Let's try this. And you just watch as he just kind of takes his hand and makes a motion, and as he does, you watch as this massive dragon's claw appears behind you.
Very cool.
Slightly translucent. Hold on a second. Where is it? There we go. All right. And it is massive as it appears behind you. And he is going to attempt to restrain you. I need you, let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, I need you. Oh, I have to make the. This is going to be a grapple check.
Cool. Opposing strength.
Hold on a second. The hand attempts to grapple you. If you use the hand strength score to resolve the grapple, yeah. If the target is medium or smaller, you have advantage on a check. Yes. So I need you to make a strength check.
All right, not a saving throw, correct?
Not a saving throw. This is a strength check. And the hand will also make it.
You can use athletics, actually, just so you know, because if it's a grapple thing. So, like,
yes. Thank you.
All right, well, my strength and also my athletics is just +4, so it doesn't matter either way.
Okay. So what'd you get?
I rolled a. Sorry. Strength check was 14 +4, so 18.
Okay. The hand got a 28. So you feel this massive dragon claw, and for the rest of you, it is a little disturbing because it is absolutely reminding you of what you saw happen to Bocek. And you are grabbed and grappled by this hand, and just ever so slightly, like your feet are just like slightly dangling, are just kind of being held in, just in that moment. You do, let's see. All right. As a bonus action, he's going to attempt to have it squeeze you.
So I'm gonna say, as this claw appears,
yes,
with fear and anger, Gorple draws fucking Groin Seeker, but I rolled a 20 on my Wisdom save.
Okay.
But he has an arrow knocked, like he is going to murder this guy, and then he and like lowers the bow, but is still out as this reminds him of things.
Okay.
Just a little bit of trauma. Just a little bit.
Drovar's hands kind of, there's a creak of the wood on, like in his chair as he just like crushes part of the wood for a second. He's like,
Yo.
All right.
Yeah, Basha spills the drink that she was drinking, kind of like just knocks into this. Yeah, just a little bit.
All right. You will take 15 bludgeoning damage as the hand squeezes you.
But you get to half that because you half all spell damage.
Yes.
And if that's Bigby's hands, I assume.
Yes.
You take half damage from spells.
Yep.
All right, so that's only 7 then?
Yep.
The greatest horror known to man.
Greatest paladin.
Yeah.
Just real quick, Froome will see Gorple kind of twitching, and Froome will go over and put some hands on your shoulders and be like, "Boyo, I know this might not feel great, but you gotta let this ride it out, all right?"
It just looks so familiar. I don't like it.
It's gonna be okay. And yeah, Froom's gonna do his best to try to help you out.
Okay.
All right. So what can't I do while grappled?
While you are grappled, your speed is 0. You are considered restrained. So you can attack, but your attacks will be at disadvantage.
Okay.
And what am I missing? I know I'm missing.
You could also Misty Step out of that restraint.
I'm missing something. Let's see.
Disadvantage on attacks. You have advantage
That is-
against you.
Yeah, there's an advantage against attacks against you, and disadvantage against dexterity saving throws. That's what I was missing. All right. So that's currently what's happening. So that was Hirad's turn, and it's just kind of like staring at you, and like there's no malice in any of the things that he's been saying up to this point. Like, just genuinely seems like more like curious and interested in the interaction you are both having. All right. So that is the end of his turn. It is now your turn, Amala.
Alrighty. So Misty Step is gonna happen.
Okay.
So I'm getting the fuck out of there.
All right. So you kind of out of the hand. You can put yourself where you Misty Step to. The hand stays there. It just kind of completely closes as you disappear.
Cool. And then let me see how this works. 1 second.
He's concentrating on the hand.
Is Misty Step a bonus action, or
Yes, it is a bonus action.
Yeah, that's bonus action.
so you can run up and give him the old smackaroo if so desired?
It's very true. I think I'm gonna. I was reading a thing, but I think that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna go up past. I don't think the hand would have opportunity of attack, does it? If I pass it, I'm still within the range. Never mind. Don't mind me. I have to talk to myself sometimes. Alrighty,
that's
so. Alright, first hit.
Go for it.
That is 24.
24 hits.
Alrighty, that is 12 damage there, and then I'm going to use my one of my first level slots, and that would just be 2d8
Okay.
for
Correct.
smite. That's an extra 11 damage.
All right. Yeah, he's looking really hurt.
Next attack incoming.
Yep.
That is a 27.
That does hit.
That is 13 damage, and then another spell slot.
Yep. Go for it. Go for it.
That is 9 damage.
Nice. All right. So 9. All right. He's looking real hurt.
Alrighty. I think I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So let me roll a wisdom saving throw for concentration on the hand.
Cool. Amal will also ask him who he worships.
Okay. That's a failure. So the hand disappears.
Cool. Now my teammates won't be triggered anymore.
Okay. And as you ask him that, a genuinely confused look on his face as he says, "Did you not hear my title? I am the Herald of Sadio."
Oh yes, okay. I missed that part.
And it just and
Do I know who it is though? Do I know who Sadior
Make-
is?
Make a religion check, and I'm gonna let you know it's a high DC.
Cool. That's only an 11.
11?
I'm not gonna waste any thing to.
You don't know.
You should use inspiration for this.
It sounds familiar, but you're just like you're not sure.
Who's Sardior?
He kind of cocks his head and goes, "We must definitely talk when we are done with this confrontation."
I'm interested.
And then he looks at you, and then with a genuine look of sorrow, he just kind of looks at you, goes, I'm very sorry for what is about to happen.
Whatever happens, happens. Thank you for the great fight.
Everyone's
Alright.
so polite.
Let's see.
Well, they know they'll get healed afterwards.
I need you to make an intelligence saving throw, Amala.
Intelligence saving throw. Can I use an inspiration, guys?
Heck yeah.
You said intelligence, right, Chris?
Yeah, intelligence, yes.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
You got 2d4 to throw onto that.
Sure, I'm gonna do that. That is 16.
16. Unfortunately, that is a failure.
No.
And as he's just kind of standing there, like staring at you, the rest of you see what can only be described as a red lance hovering above Amala's head, facing downward. And Amala, as you look up, this lance just shoots into your head. None of you see actual blood. None of you actually see it pierce the skin. Amala, you will take 32 psychic damage. And
Is that a spell?
It is psychic. It is a spell, yes.
So you take half of that.
Alright, so it's half of 32.
And you are incapacitated until your next turn.
16. So 33 minus 16.
You just feel this massive shock of pain just emanating from your skull. It's like your brain is trying to escape from your skull. And you just all watch as blood just shoots out of Amala's nose and ears and mouth as this happens. And Amala, you can't move. You are just kind of like shaking. You're still holding onto your sword, but you are unable to move.
Perfect.
He kind of
That just takes all the fun out of it. I just say to the squire.
He kind of floats around you, and he's actually like begins float like he does like a complete 360 of you, and you watch as he kind of like reaches into his pouch, takes out like a cloth, and he begins wiping the blood off of your nose and your mouth and your ears as a bonus action, and cleans it off.
I don't know if I am thankful for this or if it seems really condescending.
And he puts it away, and he looks at you, he goes, yes, you will do, but first we must finish this confrontation. It is your turn. You're incapacitated. It goes right back to him. He casts another psychic lance. I need you to roll another intelligence saving throw, please.
Hey, if you make that save, you can survive this.
Can I use another inspiration?
Hell yeah.
You got plenty.
Oh, it's intelligence saving throw, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Nat 20, baby!
Nice.
For 25!
All right. So you will take. All right. So it's going to be 25 damage. You succeed. So that's halved.
And then halved again.
To 17. Then it is halved to 8. So you take 8 psychic damage.
Right.
I
am still up.
You still up?
I'm still up, but barely.
You're see, and you are not incapacitated.
Finish him.
Because you make the save. And as you're just kind of standing there, and there's now more blood is now pouring, and you kind of shake free. He looks at you, and he just this huge toothy grin. You see some of his upper and lower like fangs, and he's like, "I like you very much."
I like you as well. I haven't had a fight like this in a very long time.
And you can see also as you're staring at him, there's blood in his teeth. Some of his gem scales are scattered in the sand. He's bleeding. You've done damage. Like, he is very hurt, but he doesn't seem to care. And so with that, he is. Let's see. All right, still his turn. So you're not. So yeah, you're not incapacitated. He is going to. Nope, he's just going to stay there.
Cool. All right, Imala's going to bark out in Draconic, hit harder, and I'm going to attack him.
Go for it.
Righty. That is an 18. Does that hit?
An 18 just hits.
Yes. All right, so that's 13 damage, and then I'm going to use my last spell slot for level 1 and roll 2 more d8. That is 11 extra damage on top of that.
How would you like to take him out?
All right, of course it's going to be non-lethal. I'm going to... How would I want to do this? I want to, knock him out of the air onto the ground and just, put my sword to, his throat and be like, I won. I don't want to actually, hit him again.
Okay. So you swing down, and as you swing down, he does raise a hand, and as he does, you watch as the sword, it looks like he's going to catch your sword, and then it just stops, maybe half an inch from actually touching his hand. And in doing so, you just watch as his whole body just kind of begins to sink. And as you push down further, he still has the hand up, and you're meeting some kind of force, and is just pushing down on him until he is now sitting cross-legged on the sand, struggling, his hand shaking. And as you're just kind of pushing down, he's looking up at you, he's straining, there is blood pouring from him, and he's just smiling at you. And he just looks and he goes, I yield, you win.
Imala will offer him her hand.
Yeah. As he says this, everybody, ooh, yeah! And everybody just erupts. And you could just see Barum is on his feet, and he's like, yeah, she did it, and everybody's going nuts.
Blasha's drunkenly yelling at this point.
Yeah.
Awa is sitting with you, Basha, and he's watching all of it, and he's just very slowly just kind of nodding in acceptance, yes, this is good, this is very good. And Bako is just not saying anything. His eyes are open, his mouth is wide open, he's like, and everybody is just going nuts. And Amelia's like, you saw it here first! The champion has been unthroned! Let's hear it for the champion of Bahamut! Woo!
So much money!
Also, Imala is just covered in blood, guys, by the way, because I'm at 9 hit points out of 57.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, he shouldn't have just spent around dabbing the blood. He
should have been condescending. He could have killed me.
No, you didn't get the sense he was being condescending. He seemed genuinely concerned for you. But as you're kind of walking out, you just watch as he kind of lifts his hand, and the metal disc that's been sitting in the middle of the throne just kind of raises and then goes right back underneath where his legs are, and he begins kind of floating outwards. And he just kind of nods to you, goes, yes, give me a little while to recover.
Yes, I agree.
And no, you and I, we must speak.
I'll rush over to Amala, and I'll put a big hand on her back, and I'll cast the 2 second-level Cure Wounds.
Also, when Amala helped him up, she did use 5 points of lay on hands for him.
Okay, awesome, yeah. And so he's looking a little better. You watch also as the healers come over and begin kind of curing, laying hands on him as well. They also go up to you, Amala, and they will. And
You get
will,
16 from me, Amala. And I go, great job. You made us super rich. So proud of you.
Thank you for being the best coach, Gorple. Just saying.
All right. I just want you to kill people. I mean, sorry. I have to. That's just, sorry, my old training.
I am good at it, so.
So good. So good.
You take an additional 18 hit points from the healers as they come over and give you some healing.
Oh, I'm so tired and I want a drink.
One of the older clerics comes over to you, Drovar, and she's like, I realized that none of my students came over to give you, so please allow me.
Oh, please. Happy to receive some help.
And you will get back 20 hit points. And
so we had temp hit points actually to the 4 because I was the fighter, or didn't you say there was temp hit points or something?
Well, no. Rennie gave it to Vincent.
Okay, right, Vincent.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I specifically did it to the people that were fighting at the time. You were
And,
on that list.
I also slapped her over on the back. You can heal 10.
Okay.
With my last second level healing.
All right. So
Amala's gonna look at what's his name? Kyrod?
Kirad, yeah.
Kyrod. Where would you like to meet up after this?
Oh, I have to finish cooking. But once I am done, about an hour, we can either meet in one of the tables or we can go upstairs. It is fine.
All right.
Whatever you're
we'll meet down
comfortable
here
with.
and speak.
Okay, yes. Make sure Emilio gives you your winnings.
Of course. Thank you for the great fight. I'd appreciate it.
This was very educational. I appreciate this. Thank you.
And may Sardior be with you.
Thank you. We will definitely speak. And he just begins floating back into that room. And as you look through the door, and he just kind of motions, and the door just opens up. And as you look into this room, it is a kitchen. There is a full kitchen in there, and you can see like pots bubbling, and like there's other people in there. But he just comes into, okay, like, all right, make sure the seasoning, and he just starts giving orders to these people, and it's like the cook, like
he's the cook.
That's amazing.
Nice.
Yes.
Hey, a man who cooks.
I married
Steven
one.
Seagal. He's the cook.
Wow, what a pull. That was a good one. So as everything people are coming over to you, Amala, and they're just like congratulating you, like, oh my god, that was so amazing. You took both of those lids. Oh my god. And just like people are just like gushing over you and congratulating you.
Basha drunkenly cries on your shoulder for like a minute and is like, I know you do. Oh, she can't reach your shoulder, so she's just drunkenly crying on your
just
arm.
like on my chest, like
yeah,
I'm like
my friend.
I have an arm around her, like patting her back, comforting her.
Yeah.
And so at this point in time, people are like, now this is all of the talk now. People are grabbing more drinks. Food is actually starting to come out. People are starting to eat food from the kitchen as servers are coming out. At this point in time, Emilio comes over to you, Drovar, like, oh, let's granted the bet was for your friend Vincent, but
that's true.
We could transfer it over. It's not a problem.
All right then.
From Vincent's you get the pot for winning, which is 468 gold pieces.
Very nice.
Okay. For the bets, Gwarple, you get 450 gold pieces, because that's from the bet that you placed for Vincent, but the odds didn't change or anything because Drovar went in last minute. And Drovar, you get 900 gold pieces from essentially betting on yourself and winning. And this is already the 10% cut has already been taken out.
And is that with the initial bet back? Because like we bet 100 and then we get 450 back, or do we get?
Yeah, that's the initial bet and everything.
Okay.
Yeah. For Amala's fight, Emilio comes over to you and gives you also 468 gold pieces. That is your pot for winning the fight. Anthar, you get a satchel of 450 gold.
Athar is over the moon, yeah.
Yeah. Drovar, you get 1,800 gold pieces. And Gorpal, you get 900. An additional 900. And this doesn't happen fast. Like this, like Emilio is like walks over with like these two really big guards. And he's just like very kind of like slowly kind of putting the money, like taking the money out. He's like, he's calculating, making sure it's right. And then he goes, well, congratulations. Wouldn't have seen that coming, but yeah, here you go. Starts handing it out. And over
I'm sure you
Emilio's-
paid plenty of money.
When Emilio's handing stuff to Amala, she's gonna be like, Emilio, do you know how much it would be to maybe spruce up the shrine to Bahamut here?
Oh, I'm not sure. You probably have to talk with the caretakers. They could tell you, but I'm sorry. That's not my purview.
Right. I just thought I would ask.
No, but they are caretakers of the shrine. You could ask them.
All right, I will find them then. Thank you.
You're very welcome, and excellent fight. I honestly did not see that coming. I lost a lot of money. Congratulations.
Sorry, but thank you.
Win some, lose some. All right, well, and he just kind of turns around and continue, and you can see that he's going around to all the people that have made bets and he's handing out the money. And over the course of the next hour, any of you want to take a short rest, they could definitely count as a short rest. And food is brought out to you, your drinks are replenished, and you are absolutely making friends with some of the Barum and Awad at this point. They seem very genuinely happy to have met you and to fight with you. Barum is definitely like on his, like he's been completely healed up. And at some point, Emilio gets back on the platform and he's just like, all right, everyone. So thank you for being part of just an amazing fight here in the pit. It's amazing. Thank you all for coming. Please, you don't have to leave right away, but if I haven't paid out any of your winnings, I'll be upstairs. Make sure you catch me before I leave. And the food will still keep coming out for the next half hour or so. And after that, Vasily will kick all of you out. So just enjoy yourselves and thank you for coming. Take care. And you just watch as Emilio begins to leave with his two large guards.
Okay. I kind of I've got the giant bags of money around me, and I look over at Barum. It's like, so how much for one of those wavy swords with the fire on them? Just hypothetically,
Well, it's, as I said, these are standard issue for the Hell Riders. Not something I can actually sell to you. Not something that they would actually sell. But if you want to, like I said, if you want me to put in a good word for you, if you want to join, that's...
We'll consider this the start of negotiations. I got, there might be something to sweeten the deal, but we'll talk. Give me...
Absolutely.
I'm not going anywhere.
And I said, well, that's, I think that's all she wrote. I'm going to recover from the beating you gave me.
All right. I look over at his squire. It's like,
Hmm.
And what about you and us? Another round?
She looks at him and she kind of looks at you and she's like, well, I really should go with him.
I haven't
but
spent all the money he gave me to pay for drinks, and I don't want to have to do it alone.
Once he's settled in, I can meet you upstairs.
Sounds good.
All right. And you watch as they kind of walk out, and she's still kind of holding the cape over her arm and his helmet under her arm as well as they kind of like make their way up. He has at this point strapped a sword to his back, and they just kind of make their way up. And you can see he's kind of like creaks a little. He's like, ugh, as he gets up, and he's like, "All right, everyone, you all have a good evening." And he kind of makes his way upstairs.
I will go over to Gorple and say, you know, that guy, he's actually he's a paladin of the god who's that mace you've got. If there was any single person that would be like, you know, the weapon for the right hand, it could be him. You know, but I'm not saying, oh, we got to do it, but he would appreciate it more than anybody else.
There's only a handful of them. I think it would be a good idea.
Well, maybe we could visit the church tomorrow. Because
no, he doesn't stay there. He's barracked with the Hell Riders. That's why I'm saying talk to him and say, you know, we've got this, you know, and then I mean, look, we made a good impression on him.
Okay. Sure. I'll kind of hop after him before he leaves.
No, you don't have to do it now. I'm just saying, if we're looking for a possible place for it to go, that it'll be put to use. He's a little long in the tooth. He might not put it to use himself, but he'd certainly appreciate it. You know, it's another option. I'm just saying.
No, I like it. My thought of going to the church was they might be able to help us with the livery, because I figure holy magic might be able to stop necromancy, and I was kind of hoping maybe, you know, a trade of like, we give this back to you and then you use your super cleric abilities and do it.
Well, then I think he's the guy to help us get our foot in the door and push it all the way open.
Okay. Yeah, I'm more than willing.
Tell you what, you know, I think, you know, after he, well, I don't think his squire is actually a member of the church as well, but I'm going to chat her up for a bit and see if I can learn some more about him.
Okay.
Among other things.
All right. And Bala's gonna look over at Basha and see what she's up to.
Go ahead. I was gonna say probably I sobered up over that short rest probably because I probably stopped drinking after drunkenly crying on.
So at this point, Awa is lightly snoring in his chair, still holding the cup, but he's just like, and at this point, Bako is very chatty, as he's had probably about a dozen rice wines, and he's like, and he can't stop talking about the rock garden and all of the designs and the different boulders that, as part of his training, he has to pick up boulders and move them from certain locations, but he was actually able to incorporate the training into the rock garden to make these beautiful designs, but you can only see it from the top of the roof of their home. And so he actually, like, if you want to, I could actually, like, I could carry you up to the roof and we can actually see the designs from down. And maybe if you have any ideas or suggestions for new designs or anything, and then I can move the rocks and we could do it like in real time. You could actually see if I'm doing it correctly. He's very drunk at this point.
Yeah, we could do that. That could be good. Yeah, why not? Sure. I will teach you designs from my homeland. We do lots of embroidery. It is nice.
That's wonderful. I might have to put grandfather to bed first, but then he can sleep through anything, so he won't mind if I actually start moving boulders around. So.
Okay.
You know what, Paco? Why don't I take the old man? I know where his bed is. You stay with Basha. This wine, it's on me. You kids have fun.
I'll take the whole bottle with this.
Okay, thank you, Master Froome. I appreciate that. So yes, let's go. And he puts his arm out.
I take his arm. I'll see you all later.
Bye, Basha.
And you both begin kind of walking up the stairs, where he's going to take you to his home.
He's gonna have to clean up a real lot of that rock garden tomorrow.
And at this point in time, like, you can still hear all of the staff in the kitchen still kind of doing their thing, and Kirat hasn't come out yet, so you're just kind of like, you're not sure when Kira's going to come out, but clearly he's taking care of his kitchen duties at this point. But considering all of that, as people are starting to kind of leave. They all come over to you, Amala, and are just like, "That was amazing, great fight, good job, champion." And they're just like, just as people are sort of leaving, it's a little awkward because you've not had recognition like this before. But people are just like, they're making a point to swing over to wherever you are to say goodbye to you before they leave.
Upon the awkward feeling of the recognition, Amala has this feeling deep in her gut that he let her win. So that's kind of like weighing on her mind, as well as this awkward recognition.
Okay. And so as that's happening, and folks are starting to leave, that's actually what we're going to call the game. Because it is getting late.
It is late.
I wanted to finish this on a high point, especially considering that we haven't been together in almost 2 weeks. So that was an amazing session.
Yes. That was so good. Fun.
That was so much fun.
I made so much money.
Honestly, I think Basha would have been a really good opponent for Kirad.
It was a very different fight.
Yeah, it would have been a very different fight, yeah.
But those lances, and you were able to soak so much damage and boost on the saving throws and everything. You were able to soak that stuff where,
I wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, we were
Do you have counterspell?
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have counterspelled it.
Yeah. It was, just so you're aware of what it was he was casting, it's one of those new spells. It's Raulthim's Psychic Lance. It is fucking nasty.
I will learn it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that really from Tasha's?
I think that's from Tasha's, yeah.
Nice.
So you unleash a shimmering lance of psychic power from your forehead at a creature that you can see within range. Alternatively, you can utter a creature's name. If the named target is within range, it becomes the spell's target even if you can't see it. If the named target isn't within range, the lance dissipates without effect. The range is 120 feet. Target must make an intelligence saving throw. On a fail, they take 7d6 psychic damage and are incapacitated until the start of your next turn. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and is incapacitated. You can cast the spell using a higher spell slot of 5th level or higher. The damage increases by 1d6 for each slot above 4.
I'm so glad I take half from spell damage.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's that incapacitated.
He had
that's
one
just
more.
Crippling. Oh.
He could do it 3 times a day.
Jesus Christ.
Yikes.
Yeah. So, and you'll learn why next week. Why all of the psychicness and everything. Yes, but thank you to my wonderful players for such an amazing session. That was so great.
Yay! Thank you, DM, and thank you, everyone.
And welcome back, everybody. And thank you to all of you for coming and supporting all of the craziness that we do here. Gonna go really quick through the love that we got. Call me Peter Jr. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you so much. Unconventional Heroes, thank you for the resub. 14 months. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Mama Shady, also thank you for the resub. And Poker Jack Gamble, thank you so much for the follow. We appreciate you. And again, once again, thank you so much for everybody. Welcome back. We'll be back next week to see all of the craziness that ensues from this. And remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. We love you all very much. We will see you next time. Take care.